No character here. 29 in queue. I need a different chat block. Goodbye, Nidstinian. I need a different meme I can put here. For the time being. Let's put this here.
Yeah, the only 2 people logged in on my friends list. The only crazies.
The only crazy people up at this time of day. Yeah, let's put that there. Yep. Starts right where I thought it would. Are you ready for throat-destroying content?
Yeah.
Hippos born to run. Ah, Genji. I was just hoping to see, do you have a moment? Just when I thought normalcy had returned to us, I received word of some truly peculiar hippo sightings. Yes, hippos. A veritable herd of hippos. Hurtling down the high road, no less. How majestic. Yes, well, though hippos have long inhabited Valnespati, it's quite unusual to see them in such numbers outside their natural habitat, let alone harrying travelers on the high road. Yet harried the travelers are. If these hippos had been displaced by fires that beset the jungle during the final days, we must find them a more suitable home for the sake of all concerned. I would normally ask the Radiant host to help in such affairs, but they already have so much on their hands, and Ogul happens to be away, so could I ask you to look into the matter? Oh, thank you. You truly are a blessing. I don't know how much more than I already have told you. I don't know much more than what I've already told you, but I am sure others in Yelimad have spotted a hurtling hippo or two. Hippos.
Hippos.
Hurtling hippos, you say? Oh, yes, I saw them, barreling down the high road at tremendous speed. It was frightening just to watch. They kicked up so much dust I couldn't get a clear look at them, but everyone on the island knows that smooth silhouette. An adorable yet fearsome creature, the hippo. Yes, I've seen hippos on a number of occasions. Over by the Great Work, and this is the second time I've answered that question in as many bells. One of the refugees came by the very same moments ago. Tirna, I think her name was. If you're looking for the same hippos, maybe she can help. She set off toward the perfumed rise last I saw. Strapping resident. I wouldn't call him strapping. Is this about those dreadful Arkosodara up north? Hitching carts to their hippos? And Cinderuva knows what else? If they if they've come down to join the other refugees, I doubt they'd be stirring up trouble. As if we don't have enough people leeching off our goodwill already. And away we go. Let's see, the new settlement hasn't been built up just yet, but probably near the conclusion of this quest it will. Let's see, is this the notification of maintenance early completion? No, chain congested worlds.
Yeah. Am I doing this on my picture? On the cannon drop, there we go.
You got anything that needs leveling?
Nope. Not on this character anyways.
What are you looking at? Can't you see I'm in the middle of something here? I'm looking for some hippos. Eh? You're looking for hippos? Damn, I was hoping to put paid to this before it got out of hand. Well, those hippos you're looking for should be rolling up here any minute now. Just stand back and watch. That's the chocobo basket with its poorly polygonal fruit. Here they come. Oh Lord, they coming. The good thing it's raining to keep those hippos moisturized. Hey, no stopping. What? Was there fruit in the middle of the... You've done it now, you hamster heads. Maru, what I tell you about the ride in this high road? Boss. Well, the roads back home aren't as good for riding no more, boss. It got much of a choice. Keep it off the high road, would you? Will you? Yeah, rolling down the main road, kicking up dust storms. You're scaring people. What, you've already forgot about the Tower of Zot? The fires and the screaming, the people turning? You think that's raising the rackets what we need right now? In case you ain't got it through your heads yet, I'll spell it out for you. Our racing days are over. They were over yesterday, and they were over a day before that too. I take it this solves your hippo mystery. Now what's left is to apologize for the sorry sods. Care to tell me where to direct our groveling? Well, back in Liedlamad. Alright, let's have a chat with this Cantana. You're coming too, Maru. I left you in charge, and the one in charge takes responsibility. That's how it goes. That small nod. You'll be there to give you a report or something, right? See you soon enough, then. Hippo. Oh, back we go. Just drag racing hippos.
Yeah? Oh, we're doing this again. When Chocobo Racing is a dead minigame, you gotta
Just make it
work with what you
again.
got. Yeah.
I'm sure it'll work this time. Now, who might these fresh faces be? I was expecting news about hippos, but perhaps you've brought back a few lost souls as well? Something like that. Trina's the name. On behalf of my hippos and associates here, I apologize for the commotion. We're used to racing our hippo carts on less traveled paths of Vanaspati. You see, we never took much to society even before the sky started raining fire. Mostly just kept to ourselves and lived off the land. And being new to these parts is no excuse. We should have known better than to take the high road at high speed, and we're sorry for any undue distress we might have caused. We ain't got much to offer, but we'll make it up to you however we can. The Avner's in a bad way, so if we're ever going to do any good for anybody, now's the time. Or at least I like to think. I ain't got much in the way of ideas concerning how misfits like us can contribute. Looking for a purpose. Speedy hippos to steer them true. There is something. Contribute to recovering them there. Have you considered delivery work? Delivery work? You think we could really do something like that? I mean, a hippo cart's fastest set of wheels there is, but... It's an excellent idea. Local trade is on its way to recovery, and timely delivery of goods via hippo cart can only be a boon. However, delivery work requires a great deal of trust. You are transporting someone's precious possessions after all. You will need to learn the trade, but earn the respect of the people as well. Everyone starts somewhere, so there's no need to feel intimidated. If this sounds something you'd like to try, then why not let Genji show you how it's done? I am professional delivery boy. It just so happens that a parcel intended for the great work was accidentally offloaded here today. It is filled with medicinal herbs from Gdania, so I'd like it sent over as soon as possible. Would you be a dear and deliver it with Trina? With your worldly experience, I'm sure it will serve as a shining example of professionalism. I'll entrust the parcel to you, Trina. I have no doubt that you will see it safely to its destination. Sorry for taking you out of your way, Genji, but I look forward to seeing a professional do, whatever it is a professional does. I'll be waiting by the gates, so give me a shout when you're ready to go. Alright, what do they want me to do? Is it time for the escort? We're ready when you are. My partner Saruya here's pulling the fastest car on the island. I stored the goods we're delivering under the seat so they won't get damaged or nothing. And we ain't about to hear you high in hippo list, so here's another cart just for you. Our hippos are usually shy around strangers, but you were with the fruit earlier, so you've got nothing to worry about. They're smarter than to bite the hand that feeds. That is not true. We don't let anyone ride our carts, but if the boss thinks you can handle it. No need for bellyache and Maru. We ain't racing carts down the high road like some Hamza heads, I know. Now off we go, slow and steady. Ride the hippo cart. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, look at this majestic bitch. He looks perfectly in place, the big red man.
Mommy looked a little, yeah. Body to cart diameter was off.
Oh no, I just had a hippo collision with someone else.
Oh, me and this guy just did the exact same thing. We're like, we go up here, right? Like, nope.
I literally can't do anything. I'm stuck in here.
Yep.
Listen, hippos don't need stamina. They can run down anything they have to. These are the most fearsome beasts on the planet.
Most dangerous.
And we have arrived. Here we are, safe and sound. Now hand over the goods, right? You wouldn't happen to be talking about an imported package, would you? Is this Nidana? No, it's just some dude. I've been expecting a delivery ship, but neither keel nor prow of it. Wait, aren't you the one who saved Nidana? Mm-hmm. Here to deliver your stuff. Ah, I see. Well, thank you both for going out of your way to bring us over. You've saved me considerable grief. No large trading vessels can dock here, you see. Usually our orders are offloaded to Alnair and thence shipped by Dao, but they usually sometimes get mixed with packages destined for Yedlimad. And now the logistical nightmare begins, I'm afraid. May I check to see if you've indeed have my herbs? It's right under the seat. Yes, this is it. Importing these is trying enough without delivery mishaps. I'm so relieved they made it here safely. And to think it was all the hippo hubbub was, in fact, an industrious delivery work. A little frightening to watch without proper context, but you've done a marvelous job. I'm sure to call upon your services again. And just like that, we're a business. That wasn't a delivery, but I guess a little misunderstanding never hurt anyone. People sure trust you, though. Do trust you, though. I got trusted just standing next to you. And he looked so happy about these herbs, had me smiling right along with him. Maybe we really can make a difference with this delivery business. Thanks for showing me the ropes, and for doing all the talking too. I'd like to get straight back to Kansana, but from the looks of it, your hippo needs a breather. No surprise considering what it's been through lately. Here's what we'll do. I'll let the big boy rest a bit, while you go on ahead with Saruya. I'm trusting you with my prized set of wheels, so be careful, no scratches or nothing. Just ride like you did coming over here, and there shouldn't be any problems. Ride the cart. Oh yes, we have control now.
She increased to friendly.
Oh yeah, I should turn on the mount music.
The tribal area is sounding like a dungeon theme more than a tribal area.
This music is disappointing. It's just the Endwalker mount music. I was expecting the bop from the main hub of the tribe area. The Yoshi P was jamming to back at the live letter.
This is I'm vibing over here.
It'll be nice to actually hear it in full high quality aside from through the live stream once I get there. I passed by Caius on my way back. Man said he wasn't gonna bother because he was both sick and tired. I should have known better than to believe him. And we have arrived. Cart delivered. And so we made the delivery. You caught up right behind me. Welcome back. Genji just told me about your successful delivery. Thank you for your help, Trina. What did you think of your first job? The delivery part seems pretty straightforward even for our ilk, but the whole build and trust thing won't be easy. Still, it's not like we can't go up and home to Vanaspati. Sooner or later, we'll have to get used to living with the other folks. And you should have seen how relieved that alchemist was when he got his supplies. Feels nice to know we did some good in the world. There is no greater reward than a job well done, in my experience. If you choose to continue on this path, I am certain the joy you will bring will be returned to you tenfold. As this is a new endeavor for you and your associates, however, I do believe it best if someone oversees your progress. Genji, you did so much for Ogul. I must ask, will you lend your aid to Trina and her associates? I know we're alright cruel misfits, Genji, but I promise we're hard workers. Give us a chance and we'll make you proud. You've got spirit, kid. I'm with you. Fist bomb. Thank you. I swear you won't regret this. Wholesome moment. Now that that's settled, I think it's time you saw your new home. You see, I have come into possession of an old trading post that has since fallen into disuse. The structures may be a little worse for wear, but the plot itself is very conveniently located. You are free to fix it up however you would like. You're just going to let us use it? Just like that? I will lease it to you for a small fee. That is to say, if your new business fails to turn a profit, I may have to rethink the use for that space one day. But we can talk about the particulars later. For now, how about you go and take a look? I've marked its location on this map. Gladly. Thanks for everything you've done for us. Let's reconvene at our new headquarters. I'll round up my people. I love the elephant people.
I hope we have the same daily quest, because this first one I'm doing is great.
Oh boy. I'll get to find out soon enough. This place looks cool even when it's all worn down. Genji, glad you turned up. As you can see, this place ain't no Megaduta. But once you've got the basics up and running, I'll start feeling like home in no time. We'll need a cart shed for starters and a place to store packages and whatnot. If I'm honest, boss, I'm still not sure about all this, but if you say we should give it a shot, I guess I can try. Oh, that was him talking, whatever. Thanks, Maru. I'm counting on you, you know. I get lost in the Thavner Indian accent. Alright, as of today, we're making our name as reliable delivery workers. We've got a lot to learn, but don't go easy on us. Teach us everything you know. Now we need a name for our new business. Something real trustworthy. Boss, we've got to fix this place up. We ain't got time for worrying about names. What's wrong with our team name anyway? Our team name? You're right. We don't need to be fancy, just fast, reliable, and ride in hippo carts. The Hippo Riders it is! Oh, here we go. Here's the music. Led by their charismatic leader Trina, the Hippo Riders have retired from racing and rebranded themselves as speedy delivery workers. However, they are still known on the island as local delinquents. Use your experience as an adventurer and trusted hero to help them better their reputation. The Hippo Riders. Oh, that text doesn't look good. It looks like it's a little low quality. You may now purchase wares from Ganta. Soken do know how to make a bop.
The opening few seconds just sound like it could have been the
Yeah,
happy version of Vanaspati.
Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing. If it wasn't the final days, this would be a good Vanaspati theme. Alright. Flowers for Sandaruva, do it for the vine, missing rider.
Not the same ones I had, that's okay.
Quest accepted sound. I'm trying to listen to the music.
Oh, there's a fishy up here. Tell I never actually went up to this part.
Man, I'm going all the way around this damn island. Let's see what these dailies are like. They're probably super boring and simple, just like every other beast tribe. Doing good with the bop, Soken. I almost forgive you for getting rid of the Razad Han bop. Almost.
Rainbow.
Rainbows.
Give me my tomes.
A luck dancer. Let's see, what should I do next after this? I guess start up Ameliance? Because that'll probably be nice, short, and simple.
What I'm doing, or Charlie and.
But after that, we got 3 choices. We got Omega. We got Tataru's Grand Endeavor. And fucking the last one, Hildebrand. That's the one. Hippo hysterics. A beast ugly as one's in the final days. We'll see about that.
Oh, Fortuno, I'm coming to fuck your wife. Actually, I'm playing Lamy.
Oh, no.
I'm coming to steal your wife and make her my new mother.
Be gone, Morble. I'm trying to deliver this crate. Did it. What is this last one? Flowers for Sandra. You see, they added a little passageway for people who do not have flight.
Yeah.
So what was the quest that you had?
I had one where I was riding a hippo cart and dousing people in paint. And
Oh,
it gave me
yeah.
a choice between 3 different colors.
That's right, that's the special ability that mount has. Throw paint
So
to
you-
people.
I had to go to each person and throw paint at them and see if they complained or not. If they liked it, they liked it. If they didn't, they didn't.
How is this building the reputation of these people?
I thought we were supposed to get over the fact that they were delinquents.
Day 1 of setting up our new delivery service. Let's go throw some
Rose
paint at
paint.
people. Wait a minute. Daredevil driver. How did you get this up here?
Yes.
How did you get this hippo up here? How have you done this? Let's see, it's quite clear what we'll be doing over time is building up this little depot. I found the flowers. Five tomes of astronomy.
Wait a minute. I agree with that face, Lamy.
We have done it. We defeated the first daily. What can I buy from the peddler? Probably nothing interesting. Yeah, just materia. About from normal gill. Dark matter and geishal greens.
Lobby slowly turns her head over towards Rowena. What are you doing here? Turns away.
Oh, you know.
Not this shit again.
Just trying to make some money. Same Rowena thing. Alright, time to aggressively take the Indian accent out of my voice.
These are gold answers. Both of them. I don't know which one to choose.
Alright. I'm guessing, yeah, mothers and merchants, that's gotta be the one. Crafting job, away! You, pray forgive my directness, but you are none other than Master Migrat, are you not? Mm-hmm. It is a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance. I am Merid, a humble servant of House Leveilleur. I have heard that you are an exemplary artisan. Is this true? If so, I should hope you would be intrigued by a proposal from my employer. You see, Lady Emiliance has been focused on a rather important social welfare endeavor of late, and seeks the aid of an artisan possessed of talent commensurate to the task at hand. That glint in your eye tells me you wish to know more, so I invite you to speak with her in person. As fortune would have it, she is available at this very moment. You needn't say another word. I shall arrange a seat with you under House Leveilleur reservation. Pray, make your way to the last stand at your earliest convenience, and await Lady Emiliance's arrival. Okay. Going for the lunch date right away. Down to the last stand. Now, what does Emiliance sound like? She doesn't speak too much, if I remember. I think I have it. Time to share a big juicy burg with Emiliance. Let's go. Genji, I presume it was Merald that sent you hither? Oh. Flamine and Rowena. Lured by the prospect of fresh endeavors, no doubt. I myself am guilty of the same. Our Lady Leveilleur's correspondence has been most tantalizing, full of most tantalizing hints as of late. Surprise, surprise. What? Not happy to see me? You. I just remembered I left my oven fire burning at home. Relax. This ain't my venture. I'm here at Flamin's invitation. At the very least, I insist you join us for a cup of tea. Do sit down. She's so happy. Get to hang out with all the moms. The twins' mom, and Philia's mom, and Geralt's mom. I see. So the studium has begun accepting foreign students, is it? Yes, as you know, Charlian has long closed its borders and avoided interfering in the affairs of other nations, bound by a single-minded focus to secure the safety of the peoples of this star. With the final days averted, the need for such drastic measures has dissipated. It took an awfully long time and near end of the world, but the winds have changed and begun to blow. Charlian is trying to become an open nation. That said, not all students can afford the costs incurred by studying abroad, let alone the steep price in the studium's tuition. I can scarcely imagine how those from nations who have suffered the worst from the final days might attempt such a feat. To ease the financial burden, I plan to offer all necessary school supplies free of charge. Furthermore, I have already begun talks with a number of Charlian families to propose an academic homestead program. My, what a lovely initiative! A good old-fashioned cultural exchange is sure to be a mutually enlightening experience for many Charlians who've remained cooped up in their dusty old tomes. Such is my hope. Alas, you will recall that a great deal of the Levier fortune was poured into outfitting the Ragnarok, yes? You looking at me like that? As such, I cannot hope to carry out this endeavor long-term without a financial backer. A partner, if you will. I'm all for noble causes, but you can't possibly be suggesting we provide everything for free. Oh, but of course I am. Were I to require students to repay the sum of their tuition after graduating, a sum few could afford, it'd be no different from a loan, after all. I see. Well, I wish I could help, but with no prospect of income, I must respectfully decline your offer. It's not my intent to be rude, but I run a business, not a charity. I completely understand. Recently, I find myself reminiscing over the time I spent in the Dravanian hinterlands. Fortuno, the children, and myself. We were all so happy living in the Emporium. Idle though it may now be, the town was once tremendously effervescent, filled with the brim of inquiring souls who had traveled from every corner of Eorzea in the pursuit of knowledge. Of course, it was not solely prospective students and researchers who journeyed there. Far from it. As a hub for seekers of knowledge, no small few merchants made a living by procuring research supplies. In turn, they had immaculate access to a reservoir of cutting-edge inventions. Come to think of it, I dare say my contact at the East Aldenar Trading Company will be intrigued to hear of similar possibilities arising from the program. It was so very kind of Tataru to introduce us. The East Aldenar Trading Company? She's thinking about the money. Hold on a minute now. What in the hells could possibly be giving this woman the confidence to act so bafflingly indifferent? Her husband's supposed to be the bigwig of the former there, isn't he? Stands to reason she may have heard rumblings of Charlie investing deeper in its education system, and in that case, it'd be wiser to invest now and reap the benefits later. Better yet, the students who end up attending will be the best and brightest in their respective nations. If I make them feel indebted to me now, they'll be obliged to repay the favor in the future, once they become powerful, distinguished members of society, of course. I will also need of a skilled artisan to procure the necessary supplies. No doubt the demand is sure to be immense. Wink. Goodness, just look at me prattle on when you've no interest in the matter. I really must be getting on home. Countless preparation needs to be made ere my distinguished guest arrives. Hold that thought. I've come around to your proposal. I, as your partner, the House of Splendors, pledge its considerable support to your endeavor. An investment for the future, let's call it. That is, on one condition. Genji must be the sole supplier. What? What? My, how fortuitous! I did not expect you to pledge your support, but full glad am I to have it that you have. Together, we can give countless students the opportunities they deserve. But what say you, Genji? Would you be able to spare some time from the seemingly infinite number of responsibilities that require your attention? Don't look at me like that. Wonderful! I'm counting on both of you. Man, Fleming didn't really say much here. She was just here for tea. Just to hang out. Where? Load in faster. There you are. Flamine and Rowena have already left, if you're wondering. They intend to do some sightseeing in town before returning home. I do hope you were able to enjoy our tea time together. I can think of none more deserving of a brief respite. I must apologize, however, for dragging you into this matter. You deserve a full explanation. But not here. Would you care to meet me at my home? Splendid! I shall be awaiting you at the Levier estate. I'll be sure to offer a full explanation back home.
I'm really glad I'm on Lala for this right now. The facial expressions she was making the whole time.
I could tell a little of it from what I can see. I'm sure it's far greater when you can actually see the whole thing. But I got enough. I got enough from what I could see of Genji's face.
All you need is the shifty eyes.
Yeah, the eyes.
Going back and forth. Wait, so where's the vendor for this?
Thank you for humoring me, Genji. And welcome once again. For years, I've supported my children from afar as a sponsor of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. And even though the Scions have disbanded, it has done little to diminish my desire to be of service. That is why I decided for this long past time that I made my own contribution to the world. To this star that you and my children have sacrificed so much to save. But I am merely one person. My resources limited. Words can ill express how grateful I am for your aid. In time, I hope you will come to see me not only as a mother, Alphino and Alice, but as your partner and friend. As I said before, I am counting on you, Genji. Now, there is, in fact, another reason I invited you here. The Levier household will also be partaking in the Homestead program, but I have already accepted a student. She comes from a family of accomplished alchemists, hailing from Thavner. Marild has already gone to fetch her from the port, so I imagine she will arrive ere long. Oh boy, I get to do more Thavner accent. Just when I thought I was done. Lady Emiliance, I pray that I did not keep you waiting over long. Miss Milladine has arrived. Nice to meet you. I am Milladine, freshly arrived from Thavner. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Oh, the pleasure is all mine, I'm sure. You must be utterly exhausted after such a long voyage. I am Emiliance, and standing beside me is none other than... Oh, I know. It's Master Alphino, isn't it? I'm afraid not, my dear. This charming personage beside me is in fact Genji, my business partner, better known as the hero who saved our star from the final days. Oh, I'm so sorry. It was rude of me to presume. I've heard much more of your many heroic deeds in Thavner, but I've never had the face to put to the name.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
But putting that aside, it is a dream come true for me to finally stand in this magnificent halls of the studium. I could collapse with happiness on this very spot. With these dignified walls surrounding me, I feel as though I stand in the very annals of history itself. My mind wanders to the countless brilliant minds who have made discovery after discovery here.
Yeah, but this isn't the studium, though. This is their house.
Miss Milladine, I'm afraid this is not the studium, but the Levier estate which you stand. This residence shall be your lodgings for the duration of your stay. It may take some time getting used to, but this is my wish that you may come to feel at home here. This is your home? Though I have much to learn, and the thought of your present impression of me fills me with dread, I hope we can get along. Oh, you needn't be so formal. Tell me, what can we do to make you more comfortable? I know, please call me Mila. That's what my folks back home call me. Well, Milladine is usually reserved for when I'm in trouble. Pray forgive me, but I'm afraid I must continue to observe formalities, Miss Milladine. If it please you, I shall escort you to your room.
Oh.
A number of other families will also be opening up their homes to students from abroad for the coming days. I must set a good example to be the first host mother. If all goes to plan, we can expand the program to include even more students. Let us waste no time. There is plenty of work to be done. Classes at the studium will begin once students have had their time to settle in. I'd like to use this period to procure the necessities needed for their matriculation. Never seen that word before. You may find any materials you need by speaking to Sinov, the apothecary at the Agora. Let us give the students the welcome they deserve. Oh, I get both. It's not an option. Mother unlocked.
I think I'm not sure if this has already been a thing, but they've changed the collectible crafting menu. So it shows like little things that tell you how much quality you need for each.
Yeah, they added that. I think they had that in 6.1.
So that's neat.
Gold, you silly goose. They literally tell you in the quest line where to go to get the materials.
I just followed everybody. It's just like, you guys know where you're going, I think.
Said go to Sylvan in the Agora to get the materials, but I'll get those later because that's something to do in the free time. Back to doing questline.
How many people made 6 of these things when I know damn well to only make 3 because I know it's gonna force you to a cutscene in about 2, 1. There it is.
Yep. Alright, which one to do? Tataru or Omega?
I started on Haru and Agora.
I guess since it is closer. Oh boy, I get to do Tataru's Cockney accent. Here we go.
Also, question: Did Mila ask you if you were Master Alphino?
Yes.
Okay, because she asked me if I was Mistress Alce.
Okay, so that's a gender thing. I don't know how I could be assumed to be Master Alphino.
It's the white hair.
I guess it is. I guess it is the white hair.
You can be a Lemire.
I guess I could. I guess I could. Yeah, I listen. I'm basically a twin. I got the white hair. I got it up in a ponytail, I guess. Basically a Lemire. I got one little bit of hair coming down, just like them. Little ahog, but it's on the front of the face. I'm basically one of them.
Yep.
I'm the third twin.
Fit right in.
Alright. Time for Tataru. Let's fucking go. But first, a drink. Based on this girl's name, she seems like she's also from Thavnair. So it just keeps going. Genji Migrat, welcome, welcome. I am Medina, assistant shopkeep to the apprentice seamstress here at Taru's boutique. I doubt you remember my face, but I am merely one of many who owe you our lives. But you will always have my gratitude for saving me on the Eblin Rhyme. No problem, you're welcome. You are too kind, and while I hate to ask aught more of you, please say that you're here to assist in Mistress Tadaru's new endeavor? Not yet, but he soon shall be. Tataru. Whatever will we do without your penchant for turning up precisely when you're needed, eh? Now, to make the long story of our solvency short, we've secured the resources to produce the new designs I developed in cooperation with the guilds near and far, and in sufficient quantity to meet rising demand. We shan't rest on our laurels, however. God, the Thavnir accent, it's still in my throat. To serve passing adventurers on the occasional intrepid Charlian is all well and good, but we're hardly taking the world by storm, no. Much like yourself, we must look toward new horizons. The Scions proved that cooperation on a star-wide scale is possible, and we would be fools not to capitalize on and build the grandest trade network in the history of Hydaelyn. And for the greater good, of course. Yes, this is a wonderful opportunity to bring people together. I often think back to that incredible moment when the Garlean army came to our rescue. Perhaps our efforts, too, will one day lead to a miracle like that which took place on the Eblan Rime. I've no doubt that they shall, but we mustn't expect such alliances to form themselves. We must be proactive, and who better to woo our future partners in commerce than our current number one customer? You. Our erstwhile comrades in arms know that in part when it comes to good equipment and better ideas, few have such keen eyes as our adventure extraordinaire. Even should they hesitate at first, I'm certain you can convince them using the samples I've prepared.
If you'll cover my etherite expenses. I got many of these etherite tickets, but I'd like even more of them covered.
But of course, with your assistance, we'll soon have coin and goodwill flowing in no time. Everything is falling into place. Where shall we send Genji first? Don't you worry, I have it all planned out. First, Limzalo Mensa. Sakard has the bloody executioners working harder than ever before, and is sure to appreciate any extra supplies. Next, Gridania. The seed seers are a source and trusted authority on the insight into the shroud, so we'll not go amiss in cultivating the future investment of, say, Arun Senna. I hear tell that he has some interest in the affairs abroad, so the novelty of our samples may persuade him to our side. As for Uldar, I feel confident in pinning our hopes on Pippin. He's always been a stalwart ally, and it goes without saying that he has more than a little sway in the Sultanate. Between his involvement with the Immortal Flames, the Syndicate, and the Colosseum, he's bound to find a use for quality accoutrements. And with that out of the way, Medina, would you do the honors? Regina?
Time to deliver some shit. And just put it in the old inventory hole.
Never let it be said that Tataru Taru is stingy with her samples. Now, if you make your way to Limsa and climb aboard the Astalacia, I'm certain someone will point you in Sakard's direction.
Or I get to do the exact same voice, but deeper.
I have my own avenues of inquiry to attend to, but I'll check in periodically to see how your journey is coming along. Let's get to it.
Off to Ligma.
Oh, this cat girl also has the new hairstyle that was NPCs. making me go all the way to the Ragnarok? No thanks. I'll be back for that one.
Yeah, that's where Omega's gonna be. Fisherman's Guild is close.
Well, now I have all the quests accepted on Lynn, I know that I can continue those. Now I go to Alt and make sure I do today's beast tribes on it.
Yeah, I should have plenty of time to take care of that as well. Provided this doesn't go on forever. Where's Sicard? Aye, I recognize you. What do you want? Looking for the man with the green hair. Long as it's not about another bloody apocalypse, I don't see why not. Wait here. Walks through me. Yep, this sure is Limsa, alright. There's the three people. Well, bugger me. Thought we'd seen the last of you for a while. What brings you aboard? Could I interest you in some fine garb today? Heh, your sales pitch needs some work, but I see what you're getting at. We're already traveling halfway across the world every half moon. May as well earn a little extra for all trouble, eh? You know, there was a time I thought pirating was the whole world. But being the best of them all meant something. Going to Ilsabad made me see how small my world was. Compared to the real one, standing next to the star's finest, I started to wonder what I had to brag about. Then the bloody executioners went and did me proud by bringing a bigger god's damned hall of adamantite than anyone else in the realm. Between that and the new metalworks we got going with the kobolds, and the Sahagin looking to export their own wares, it seemed like the right time for the executioners to change our sails, so to speak. Which is to say that if you've got wares for promoting, I'd be happy to show them all across the realm and beyond. Well, check this out. Masterworks from Taru's boutique, guaranteed by the warrior Olot himself. Almost seems like a waste to wear 'em. Folk will be lining up at the docks for these. Literally, seeing as old Charlene's only accessible by sea, now if we got ourselves an exclusive shipping contract... Aye, I see the course clear as day. We just need a Manolane on board. He's right useless when it comes work to be done, but talk's another matter. And he still owes me for keeping his sorry arse out of trouble, so I'll have him put me in touch with a few savvy salesman types on the continent. Tell Tataru I look forward to setting sail on this new tide airs. May the winds of change guide us, alright. Genji, it's me. How goes our little adventure thus far? He's on board. Oh, Sigurd's eyeing the shipping routes, is he? All according to plan. But our work's only just begun. I'll keep after my own contacts while you work on our rune. I hear he's not often in the city, but I don't doubt that Mother Mioun can sniff him out.
And off I go.
Redania.
Knew I wasn't gonna struggle with the card at all.
No. Oh, Mother Mioun. Why, if it isn't Genji Mikrat, struck with a sudden craving for eel pie, were you? Or is it information you fancy? Oh yes, word of our Seed Seer's comings and goings never fails to reach my ears. I'm told that ever since he returned from his foray to Ilsabard, he's been roaming back and forth between our neighboring tribe settlements to the Lotus Stand and the Lotus Stand. You'll miss him if you make for one or the other, but like as not, so I suggest you waylay him at the Blue Badger Gate.
It is time to tackle a Pajali.
Hello, baby. You enjoyed your Final Fantasy 14. Curious.
I see we have a lot of case of the Crafter Guild Masters in the background, like back in Limsa, and there's the ones here in Gridania.
Might I ask why you're loitering at the gates, Genji? And with such an enormous sack?
Take a look.
I admit you've piqued my interest. To integrate the tradition and ingenuity of the guild throughout Eorzea in such a fashion is no small feat. As it happens, I'm of the mind to do something similar myself, assuming I secure the other Seed Seer's approval. You are doubtless aware that historically, Gridania has placed the peace of the Twelves Wood and our covenant with the elementals above all else, often to the detriment of our relationship with other peoples. Yet, as much as we are one with the Shroud, are we not also part of the Star Entire? Our ventures in Garlemald made plain the strength of a world united. This attire you carry demonstrates much the same truth. But perhaps you assumed you would need to talk me around to the idea. If so, I apologize for the disappointment. If 'tis any comfort, I'm merely as surprised myself. No longer am I content to hear the words of the elementals alone. I wish to know the voices of men.
Through our time in Garlemald has shown me that my ability to listen is average at best. These horns may mark me gifted in the Twelveswood, but beyond, they inspire neither fear nor awe. I've been mistaken several times for a Zayla, and may as well be one for all the differences my status as Seedseer makes to those who want for succor. Yet 'twas the self-same insignificance that allowed me, for the first time in my life, to feel truly a part of a greater whole. But one life amongst myriads upon this star, I dare say I should behave accordingly. Take the sack. With luck, my elder sister shall agree. Tell Mistress Tataru that her gift is accepted with gratitude, and she ought to hear from us soon. Goodbye, nameless conjurer, who never spoke. Guess who? Did you speak to Arun yet? That sounds promising. I'm beginning to understand what makes our Seetsu a friend tick. But we can discuss that later. You need to catch Pippin in his duties. We'll take him from Uldar once more. I believe he spends most of his time at the Colosseum, so perhaps you should pay a visit to the Gold Court. I shall be awaiting your full report at the boutique. The voice crack almost helped me there. And now to Yolda.
You've very conveniently changed the prerequisite quests to blue quests.
Yeah. They always they always do that.
So it's just like, oh shit, I still have blue quests left on my map in Tafnir on my alt. No, I don't. Those are just the prerequisites. Me thinking I was about to drive all the way around without flying.
We are going to the Gladiators Guild. You know, I'm never really gonna understand some people. Like the person I just passed by, who, before maintenance, I knew was sitting there AFK sweeping next to Aetheryte Plaza. Maintenance has occurred, forcing them to log out. And yet here they are, at server up, just to come back and AFK sweep again.
Yep. There was, I mean, they still do it, but it was very unique in Stormblood. There was a Lalafell in Exodus called Magico who used to sit under the Relgar statue every single day and would never move unless they were raiding. Then they would just be gone, but they would still always be in that spot. And every time server came back up, they were there, first minute, just to sit in that spot again. And we were always like, "How? What?"
I just don't.
Did they ever leave?
I just don't get some mentalities. Like I get you're doing the bit. You got a bit going. But you gotta follow it this hard?
Yeah.
I see. Master Tarapin is currently engaged in another meeting, but I shall tell him that Genji awaits his convenience. Okay, Pippin's voice. I know his voice, but can I replicate it? It's like slightly Cockney, slightly, but it's not like too hard. And there's here are our old craftsmen and craftswomen. My apologies for keeping you waiting. I did not expect you here this morning. I got a sack for you. Tataru is offering quality material, is she? I can hardly say no to that. It fits almost too perfectly with my plans for the flames. I've long striven mastery of the blade. I required the trials of Ilzabad, however, to truly see Tizona for what it is. The fire that warms the coldest night, the spark that ignites the blaze of hope, and most of all, an unbreakable testament to Father's faith in me. More ally than tool, it is a treasure beyond price. Does every soldier of the Immortal Flames not deserve allies such as this? Arms and armor to remind them what they fight to protect, to help them stand from where they might otherwise fall? Indeed, works made possible only through the ingenuity and dedication of allies across the star may be just the sort of inspiring armaments we need. I anticipate that I will be sending along another order for custom equipment ere long. In the meantime, would you mind if I use these samples for a few trials here at the Colosseum? Go for it. My thanks. We shall put them to use immediately. As a child of Ul'dah, however, naught strikes fear into my heart much like the prospect of receiving valuable goods for free. I must insist you accept something in return. I had been meaning to give that necklace to Tataru, its poor condition aside. She might rather have it than not. I've spoken with Tataru at some length about our past, you understand. In many ways, we are quite similar. As you may recall, her family was bankrupted when she was very young, a consequence of her father's business failing. But they were forced to put on all their wealth towards paying off his debts, and then some. One asset they reluctantly parted with was a necklace treasured by her mother.
Orada, as they say. Oh wait, no, it's not morning anymore.
For which Tataru has long searched to no avail. Strangely enough, I recently discovered jewelry of the very same description amidst a store of neglected Colosseum prizes.
Custom deliveries is in Charlian.
Assuming it is of the same piece, I should like to see it returned to her. It is significantly worse off having changed hands, though.
It's in the...
And only the sapphire centerpiece remains unlost and undamaged.
Yeah.
She may appreciate the sentiment nevertheless, but it's difficult to say. What do you think? The memories it holds aren't lost or damaged. Aren't lost or damaged. True enough. Though if it's to be a gift, I would prefer at least clean it up a bit. In that case... I had considered asking the Goldsmiths Guild, but you ought to be able to turn the necklace into a piece for Tataru would wear, if not precisely what she remembers. I imagine you would have the opportunity to pick up gems and other suitable materials on your travels. From there, it is merely a matter of unifying the pieces. Are you willing? Then I will have the sapphire removed from its setting and set to the boutique with all haste. I doubt even Tataru would dare open a private package addressed to you. Best of luck in finding matching materials, and in your mercantile endeavors, of course. May the traders guide you into fortune fair. Thanks, Pippin. Good morn.
Around that.
Whatever, Welsh people.
Are you doing Mandeville?
No, I'm doing the Tataru quest right now.
quests? I only know what Kaius told me yesterday.
Yeah, there's the Arcasadara, the Beast Tribes, Ameliance. There's Tataru's Grand Endeavor, Omega Beyond the Rift, and Hildebrand. It's five things.
I only know 3. I know Beast Tribe, Custom Deliveries, and Hildebrand.
Now, those were originally planned for this patch, but then they added in the other 2, like, a few days beforehand.
Okay, I assume Small Business, Big Dreams is Tataru.
Yep.
I just want to get the custom and the thingy out the way before reset.
Mm-hmm. You've
I
returned.
assume Manival starts in Stormblood somewhere, or...
It starts in Razathan. If you are all caught up, of course.
Last time I remember them disappearing into the dark. Oh, I just saw
With
these
your
swimming
bag
around.
all the light of having given away our samples, I hope. Speaking of which, a parcel from one Pippin Tarupin arrived not bells ago, addressed to you. Could it be our newfound partnerships are already bearing fruit?
I don't know how much of Tataru.
In a way. Her mother's necklace! Why, that's a wonderful idea! Please allow me to assist. I swear I won't breathe a word of this to Mistress Tataru. I do wonder what parts you will need. Do you know what style Mistress Tataru prefers? If this necklace is a keepsake, then why not focus on that? Whomst? Oh, it's Rasudra. Ah, apologies. I could not help but overhear. That's quite alright, but do please keep your voice down. What was it you were saying? It simply occurred to me that, since you were gifted that sapphire so readily, our other partners in this endeavor may wish to offer up something for Mistress Tataru as well. With such gifts, you could turn the necklace into a memento of not just her past and its trials, but her present successes as well. That's perfect. Gotta slightly pitch shift my Thavnir. If our plans for the boutique proceed apace, then we should have more than enough tokens from friends across the seas. What do you think, Genji? Well, well. Were you waiting for the little old me? Mr. Tataru, we were just discussing the successful delivery of the samples. Yes. Good to hear. How fares, dear Pippin? Doing well. I knew he'd come through, though I admit I wasn't expecting the whole outfit to be a host of immortal flames quite so soon. I suppose it goes to show that even the most hardened warrior can always learn a thing or two. And Sakard and Arun have changed as well, if your tales are of any indication. I imagine their personal growth bodes well for that of our network. Thank you for checking up on them. We must sort through our current commissions before deciding who to approach next, but I know I can count on you to be ready when we are. Small business, big dreams. Now, do it continue, or is it to be continued? It's to be continued. I come out of the cutscene. What's the first thing I see in shout chat? Please don't put her in 2B leggings.
You can't tell me what to do.
Followed immediately by, I'm gonna do it.
Let's do it. Gangu, where's the easy place to get the things for the custom deliveries? Do you buy them or do you have to go grab them?
They're right here by the Aetheryte Plaza.
Okay.
It's this lady, this Midlander, Sinov.
had a feeling it was going to be in the market area, but I was hoping they'd put one near the house.
Nope. Gotta travel a distance this time.
We should just buy 6 of each now and save the travel there.
Quill. While I'm here, let's see what I need to buy.
So
Just one material per, so I just buy one of each. Got it. Bam.
3 of the quill, 3 of the focus.
Yep. That's the idea. Alright. Now to Omega.
So you need to buy 6 of the focus, because it'll be 3 of the focus next time.
Yeah, I suppose you could. I like to buy my stuff weekly, though. Not clog up the inventory.
It's not like there's much going on with my inventory right now.
Is it a level climb?
Oh, mine to 60, some 90.
Now the question is, how many Thavnarians are going to be part of the Omega quest? How many more of the Indian accent do I need to do?
So what's the Omega quest?
It's a sequel to the Omega raids. Since we found out what's up with Omega's people, we're assumingly going to learn a little bit about them. Yeah, this cat girl do got the new hair. She's going in the clown outfit. Yo, is that Dante Devil May Cry right there? Anyway. Heartless hypothesis. That's blown all the cobwebs away.
Twins can't stop me.
Time to get
God,
back
what are
to
they gonna
work.
do to their mother?
Only the worst things. Goodness me, look who it is! How incredibly serendipitous that I would run into you of all people. I was part of the team which designed the Ragnarok, you see, and we've recently begun the process of combing through the vessel's flight log data. The primary objective of your journey to Ultima Thule was to save our star and countless others, of course, but it also provided us with an invaluable trove of information. Records of places and events we could only dream of. Your safe return gave us so much to be thankful for. As so it happens, one of the things we pulled from the log was a transmission of unknown origin, something the ship must have intercepted during its flight. We believe it to be an audio message, but even our most knowledgeable of scholars have been unable to decipher its content, Professor Ramusha included. For a while there, it seemed we must accept defeat, but today may be the day we finally solve the mystery. If you were so inclined, would you care to come along to Thamazane? It seems fitting to have the one of the Ragnarok's original passengers present to hear history being made. Alright. Alright. Aporia to Thamazane.
Yes, I know how to do it. Don't tell me everything.
I know this is our, 7th custom delivery NPC, but here's a tutorial as to how to do custom deliveries.
It is pretty fun.
Also, did you know you can use the left stick to walk? Yes, Monster Hunter World. I know I can use the left stick to walk.
Did you know that a vending machine can be used to buy items in the final level of BioShock?
Welcome to the circus of value.
That's a lot. That's a few Omegas there. Ah, there you are. This is where we're to meet the engineers from Garland Ironworks who, I'm told, potentially hold the key to unlocking our mystery transmission.
They should be along at any moment.
Okay, delivery's done.
Sorry we're late.
Does he try crafting gathering, or do I get to kill stuff?
Battle.
Battle.
We had some trouble finding the right.
I'm gonna go.
Gods,
to the
is that
Great
you, Genji? I should have figured it was either Biggs or Wedge.
Was I wrong?
Yes, the man himself.
Fuck.
I ran into him at the harbor, and thought if anyone deserved to hear this message deciphered, it was Genji Migrat. I can't, Biggs, it's like... we've definitely heard Biggs' voice. I know Wedge.
Let's go, Scholar.
No argument here. But bugger me if you don't have a knack for being in the right place at the right time. This actually has more to do with you than you think, so please stick around.
Will there be a dungeon or trial for Hildebrand, do you know?
There might be a trial, but probably not yet. I imagine a Hildebrand trial will probably be a couple patches away.
Such.
Probably 6.3 if I had to guess. If not 6.5.
Can't wait to fight Gilgi for the 4th time.
Shall we pick up from where we left off then? As I was saying, we think this transmission the Ragnarok intercepted is a message of some kind, albeit in a language entirely alien to our ears. Alien being the operative word here, considering we received this message out in the great expanse, its origin is likely from some distant star. Unfortunately, our list of off-world allies is presently rather short, thus we were resigned to the fact that the meaning behind the message would remain beyond our understanding. One of my colleagues, however, refused to give up. She remembered the Ironworks engineers had been so helpful in the construction of the Ragnarok, and turned to them for insight in our seemingly impossible problem.
A bite me.
Do you know what Wedge said when he heard what was going on? We should have Omega listen to it. I bet it can tell us what the message means. Not the Omega you beat in the Rift, of course. He's talking about the toy that trundles around with Alpha, a little model we made. We originally designed it to follow a chosen target and not much else, but I've seen it act in ways that, well, it's like it has a mind of its own. And I got to thinking about those documents your lot sent to the chief, a full report on the final days. In part about Omega's civilization, it said the people discovered how to convert the mind into data and store it outside the body. Timing being what it was, I wonder if Omega didn't somehow transfer its consciousness into our model right before you put an end to the real one. And here they come. So, in an effort to get to the bottom of that, as well as take a crack at this indecipherable message, we decided to make some modifications. With the help from Labritho's technicians, we've upgraded our Toy Omega with a fully functional vocalization module. We played the transmission for Omega, and I think it's ready to share. Hey, Alpha. Luckily, we actually know what Omega's voice sounds like from that fucking April Fool's message. So this is gonna be funny. Are you in there, Omega? Affirmative. And if by Omega you are referring to my consciousness,
rather than my entire former chassis, existing inside this considerably smaller frame. Prediction. You will formulate several misconceptions. These I shall preemptively dismiss based on the following facts. 1. Vocalization module aside, this chassis remains unmodified from the design constructed by the engineers Biggs and Wedge. I evaluate its combat capabilities to be on par with a mortal infant. 2. The mechanism which allowed me to perform an emergency transfer of my consciousness was installed in my previous body. With the destruction of that body, I am rendered incapable of replicating such a feat. Should this current material from material form be destroyed or cease to function, all cognitive awareness or presence I possess will also be lost. Conclusion. I present no threat to you or your star, nor do my projections indicate the necessity to inflict harm. In the fraction of a moment before my annihilation in the rift, I re-examined my directives. If I am to fulfill my purpose as an evolving construct, then I must continue my journeys for improvement as long as I exist. I must acquire this heart of yours, this strength of soul. Well, there you have it. And it's not wrong about its combat capabilities. But more likely to damage itself than the thing that is trying to attack. But let's not forget the reason we brought you here in the first place. What about that transmission they played for you? Could you recognize the language? Affirmative. It was transmitted in Pan-Galactic Basic. Pan-Galactic Basic? A common language in comparatively extensive usage throughout the worlds we have conquered. Which means you can finally tell us what the message said. That is a language you understand, yes? I understand it perfectly. I am fluent in over 6 million distinct dialectical codings. My cooperation in this matter, however, is conditional. Elaboration. Your Chief Sid utilizes the floor as part of his unorthodox filing system, which allowed me to scan the report of the final days. I am aware that my home star, the one you call Alphatron, was obliterated in the aftermath of Sir and Meteon's meeting. The existence of Dynamis has not previously factored into my projections, but I now comprehend the concept, in theory. What fails to compute is why the Omicrons were not immune to its effects. Dynamis should have no influence on a race which possesses no heart. And yet, Sir expressed to Meteon a desire to cease existing. Illogical. I must pursue this anomaly further. Until the full equation becomes clear to me, I must analyze all elements of the final days and deepen my understanding of the heart's intangible properties. To expedite this process, I require an external interpretation of those sections of the report which continue to produce errors in my calculations. I request the assistance of Genji Migrat, as one who experienced the ravages of ultimate despair on multiple fronts and displayed immeasurable heart in engineering my defeat. He is optimal. He is the optimal choice to fulfill this role. So we either agree to your conditions, or you tell us nothing. I'm sorry to put you in a spot like this, Genji, but if you have the time and the patience to spare, we'd be grateful if you could humor the toy's demands. Has Alpha dozed off? I suppose the subject was a bit technical. Bloop. Rouse yourself, Alpha. You must listen to and consider these matters, even as I must. Why don't you make a trip out of it? You know, actually visit the place that has the, things Omega wants to ask about. It'll make explaining stuff easier, for one, and also help keep Alpha awake and alert. Hey, you want to go to the edge of the universe? Speak with Omega. Yeah! As soon as he loads in, there he is. I see you have chosen the mutually beneficial option. Logical. Setting aside the matter of Sir, there are 3 elements of the report on which I desire clarification. The first of these concerns the progression of the final days in Razatan. I recognize no pattern in which those who succumbed to a transformation and those who did not. That's a bit of a trek. You wanted to chat with the locals. How about we lend you an airship? We do not require such outmoded technology. Genji's transportation spell is the most efficient option for long-distance travel. Thank you, Omega. This chassis is a model, especially a toy. At Alpha, despite his organic composition, is indistinguishable from a stuffed doll. Conclusion. We qualify as material possessions. Pick us up, and you can teleport the 3 of us to our destination. Yeah! Oh, God, my throat. It's starting. And away we go. Going on road trip.
Road trip with the boys.
Road trip with the Stormblood raid.
Road trip with the toys.
In retrospect, I really wish they hadn't made that April Fool's commercial with Omega with a voice, because this is hurting my throat. Because I have to use that as the canon voice. Help.
Oops.
Blip. Sensors indicate we have arrived in Razatan. Objective: identify factors for resistance to involuntary transformation. Hypothesis: unaltered survivors of the final days will display significant strength of heart. Confirming this theory will require the cooperation of live subjects. Where is the ward designated for residential habitation? There is no housing district in Razatan, Omega. Understood. Kaba has been set as our sub-destination. Please take the lead and lead the subjects we are able to interview. Omega and Alpha are now accompanying you. Yeah! Let's go, we got the boys!
Boys coming with us.
Oh, you bet your ass I'm reading all these areas. Alpha, what's up? Discuss the stairs! Alpha chirps enthusiastically, apparently unfazed by the prospect of climbing the stairs. Warning, please avoid stairs whenever possible. My projections indicate high risk probability for accidental slippage, leading to catastrophic structural damage. Stepped inclines also increase my energy consumption by 63%. In mortal terms, they tire me out. Taking into account the difference in individual limb length, the design is inherently flawed. A convenient step height for one is an exhausting trial for another. Were I to oversee the civic design of this settlement, I would construct a sloped conveyor belt, which enabled automatic traversal, 0 personal energy expenditure. So what you're saying is I should take the stairs. Get hard countered. Don't want to take the stairs? Too bad.
My worst enemy. Stairs.
Too bad. I beat you in the raid fight. You gotta listen to me now. Man, I'm glad there's not MSQ.
Yep.
At the same time as this, my voice would be dead. Are you a traveler? Please, if you have a moment, I could use an outsider's perspective. You see, I was one of those who sought to escape the madness plaguing the world by fleeing to the moon. Not that I would ever want, in the end. So here I am, recently returned from Charlian. Except things are now strained between my sister and I, since she chose to stay, and I chose to leave. I asked her to help me find work, and she suggests I look somewhere that isn't Davnir. As if I wanted to abandon my home. It makes me so angry. Your point is unclear. You elected to relocate to the star satellite. Thus, your relative now perceives you in a negative light. Your sibling's judgment is in error, based on the information made available to Hanish citizens. Your decision to withdraw to the moon is both logical and correct. Conversely, the decision to remain in Razat Han, despite the low probability of survival, defies explanation. Perhaps her reasoning pathways are faulty. That's right! I'm not quite sure what you're saying, but I'm right, aren't I? Or so I'd like to think. The problem is I understand why my sister feels this way. I almost decided against going myself. Even then, I wasn't sure that leaving behind everything I loved was the right choice. With the way it all turned out, You mean he's right. You should leave when the world's ending. Oh, hello again. You're the one who came to ask me questions about Kalzal. I'm glad to see you looking well after all that unpleasantness. I still remember the burning skies and hearing the screams, but truth be told, I'm still confused exactly as to what actually happened. I only know it wasn't unusual for entire families to go missing. Many of my neighbors' houses lie empty even now. Kalzal's place is one of them. He had no close relatives to speak of, and I only heard that it was members of the consortium who came to remove his belongings. What a terrible thing to have to do. Blip. Terrible. Kalzal's passing was recorded in the report. Clearing out his domicile and readying it for new habitation seems an appropriate reallocation of resources. Dear me,
What a clever little contraption, but of course I'm not against making use of his quarters. But it would be wasteful. It's simply that cause I was such a vigorous person. All that passion, all those dreams, suddenly gone. I feel the same sorrow for everyone who is lost, seeing the remnants of those vibrant lives packed away in boxes. That is what I mean by terrible.
Teaching Omega about emotions.
Hey, I don't know you. Yes. Don't I know you? Yes. After the beasts were taken care of, you and me, you told me to join everyone in the square. Thanks to you, I was there when Vritra made his speech, and I found out who Varshan really was. It's a shame we didn't get to play like we used to, but Mama says Vritra has been busy putting the city back in order. Maybe I can work for him one day, when I'm a man grown.
Vritra, Midgard Zormer's offspring, yes? And this child wishes to put himself at the worm's command, that he might make his own contribution to society. A pattern emerges. I predict that the Hanish survivors are those who had become ingested Vritra's blood and become his draconic minions. Though dragons were no match for our civilization's might, their combat capabilities are not to be underestimated.
Oh, God.
Oh, it's bad. Oh, we must continue forth. It is unlikely that they would experience emotions of dread or uncertainty, as exhibited by lesser beings in times of undue stress.
Dragons? I'm not a dragon. And I never ingested anyone's blood either. Ugh.
You are not of Vritra's horde, so you possessed no hidden means to fight off the beasts. What of fear, then? You were frightened?
Yes, I was frightened. I just hid and hoped they wouldn't find me. At least until he told me it was safe to come out.
Genji, I require a moment to process this input. Let us move apart and discuss our findings.
Well.
Blip. Processing data. Evaluating hypothesis against accumulated evidence. I offered an optimal analysis for each subject's testimony, yet their responses conflicted with my assessment. Without identifying the root of the cause of this conflict, I will be unable to properly define what constitutes strength of heart. Do you think lies in the conflict itself? An interesting observation. It is possible my base criteria is in error. In which case, it is imperative that I continue this learning process and repair any fundamental misconceptions. Next, I wish to interact with an individual who endured similar circumstances to Ghazal prior to his transformation. Are you acquainted with any local merchants who had dealings with him? Blip. Jinbaha of Rudereha Fibers. Acknowledged. Sub-destination set. Oh, hell no, I ain't walking all the way back there. I'm going to the thing first. Oh, we're gonna talk. It's time to introduce Omega to dodos. Discuss the Hamza. Alpha looks back and forth between Omega and the Hamza, showing visible concern. Halt, Genji. Do not proceed beyond the fence. In this body, birds of that size represent lethal, unthinking threats. They will peck my casting apart, searching for meat that does not exist. Conversely, Alpha can correctly identify my absence of nutritional content. If he would only apply that intelligence towards maintaining a regular feeding schedule, poor habits adversely affect his mobility. He is but little metal crab. Oh yeah, this person. Well, well, look who it is. I must thank you again for your help in moving our textiles. Recovering from those tragic events has been difficult, of course, but with everyone pulling together, we managed to get things back up and running. Jin Baha. I come with question related to that tragedy, specifically your survival of the final days. Although you are similar to Cao Zhao in many respects, he succumbed to the transformation, and you did not. Why? What is the critical difference between you and him? What? I'm sure I don't know. I'm not especially brave or courageous, if that's what you're asking. Perhaps being focused on protecting our workshops kept me from spinning into a panic. Still, I imagine Cao Zhao would have the feeling of the same sense of responsibility. Perhaps the weight of all that is what invited his demise. Perhaps the weight of it all is what invited his demise. You were of the same mind, resolved to the same purpose. Yet your strength of heart, of spirit, was not equal. If merely emulating the individual is insufficient, and then some other unseen factor must be involved. Do not interrupt. Not to interrupt these deep philosophical musings, but do you think I could ask you a small favor? There's a man by the name of Nashvan who's been helping us out here while he gets back on his feet. I have a feeling he'd benefit from speaking with you. Leave by the eastern exit. You should find him just outside, organizing some new inventory items. He basically told us to fucking get out of his face, he's busy. Take the little curious crab away. Oh boy, what are we gonna talk about here? Discuss the Avnarian weave. Alpha puffs out his chest proudly, seemingly to imply his Ironworks uniform is the best attire anyone could wear. The equipment being manufactured here, it is worn to perform specific duties, yes. Conceptually, it seems analogous to our practice between switching frames to better serve our mission objectives. I, for example, did not begin existence with the Omega model. I was originally supplied with the standard issue Omicron chassis, serial number M017. On this world, that alphanumeric combination would be considered my given name. Such designations are drawn from our nearly infinite register of celestial bodies to avoid the possibility of duplication. Furthermore, the cluster known as M017 is better expressed in your language as the Omega Nebula, the same word I used to introduce myself to your kind. Though you associate Omega with the advanced weapon construct, it is also my name. And I see no reason to change it, no matter which frame I inhabit. He's very proud that he got the super weapon chassis. Da, 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 da.
do know there's 2 quests in this quest chain, so this isn't the end. That's all of our orders accounted for, and everything looks to be good quality. Kamala will be pleased. You are what with the Scions? You were there. Yes, I'm sure of it. I'll never forget that day. You and your friends helped us escape when people began changing into beasts. My own son, he was afflicted, and a huge monstrosity loomed over him, and I remember my heart turning to ice, freezing in place. The Satrap came to my aid, and then he too was gone. Yeah, you were the father with the child. Done got squashed. You almost turned, but Alphino got you. No, Graha got you back into things. The memories run together in my mind, like flashes from a nightmare. Only the words of your comrade still ring clear. I repeated them over and over like a mantra as I fled for my life. You must run, for the sake of your own. It all seemed so surreal, which is probably what saved me from the transformation. The truth of it didn't begin to sink in until the worst of it was over. I have not the words to describe how I felt then. The sorrow, the overwhelming sense of helplessness. I may still be wallowing in misery if not for my old friend Jinabaha. I'd lost my will to work, and he encouraged me with his kind words and odd jobs. Now somehow, I live again. I'm thankful to him, to the courageous Ahewan, and to you. If you see your comrades, please let them know their efforts were not in vain. You said you lost your will to work. This signifies a cessation in efforts to maintain basic life functions, yes. What changed to extract you from that stagnation? An offer of work from Jinabaha should mean little to one without a desire to accept it. Was it the matter of mortal instinct, a primal need to survive and thrive? Instinct? No, it wasn't that. If anything, my instincts were telling me to lay down and welcome an end to the pain. Every day I think of my boy's final moments. I think of how scared he must have been. How it must have hurt. And I want to scream, my throat raw. The Satrap, too, still haunts my dreams. I see him being swallowed whole, and jolt awake in a cold sweat. But something changed when Jinabaha came to me. I looked up and saw that, even without my son or Haiwan, the world around me continued to turn, and because the fact grieved me so, I knew it fell to me to live on and remember them. Strange, isn't it? What drives me to rise in the morning is the very sorrow which once crippled me. Keep processing. Now, I really must return to my work. To lose the job after everything I just said would be a poor jest indeed. May the sisters keep you well. Sorrow, the emotion generated by mortals when their ideals fail to materialize. This I have observed. Yet when I listen to how Nashvan's sorrow served to rescue him from near-fatal despondency, his logic eludes me. Am I incapable of perceiving the full measure of the heart's properties? My best projections fail to predict our subjects' responses, and despite their almost equal occupational and mental parameters, Jinabaha and Kalzal exhibited different reactions to the dynamis effect. I am no closer to recognizing the pattern for involuntary transformations, and your ephemeral mortal spirits confound me as much if more than they did before. Have you considered there is no pattern to the people afflicted? Bloop. No pattern? Do you imply the transformation was not contingent upon individual fortitude, but rather a random contribution of environmental factors? Such a theory would explain the otherwise conflicting data. Very well, I shall accept this as a provisional conclusion to this part of my investigation. I do, however, expect you to continue supplementing my education in heart-related matters. And now for the quest with the weird name. Are they just chilling here? Yep, they're just chilling. Goodbye something. Is this Goodbye World? With a mystery reward. Our next destination will be Camp Broken Glass. I desire elaboration on the dealings between the Ilsabard contingent, and the citizens of Garlemald. The report described to the contingent's purpose as the salvation of the local populace. Furthermore, both factions faced a common enemy in the Talafaroi. Why did they not immediately combine their forces for mutual benefit? Because racism. This inconsistency requires closer examination. Genji, initiate teleportation. It is time to explain racism to Omega.
You see, Guardians, they just kind of wanted to be one race. Didn't like that idea, so we kind of fought them over it.
They thought their way of life was the best way. We disagreed. Yo, this lady got her boobie out. It's right there, right on the snow.
Alright, this is pretty good XP from the beast tribes. About 800k per at level 80.
That's good.
So one full should give me what, half a bar? Third bar? Third bar. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm probably third a bar. So every 3 days a level. Not bad. Combined with roulettes.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, Omega, time to explain why people don't like each other based on how they look. Teleportation successful. Evaluating immediate environs. A cold weather region by Aetheri's standards, but significantly less extreme than a star with ice planet classification. This body should not be unduly impeded. In contrast to Alpha and his uncontrollable shivering, my frame appears slightly resistant to low temperatures. Retrieving data. Records indicate that remnants of the contingent force and a number of Imperial citizens yet inhabit this location.
We must speak with representatives from both factions and explore their respective attitudes. Proceed. They're now following you again. Bup. Genji, come to see how things are progressing, have you? I can't speak for the overall strategy, but communication with the locals has become a damn sight easier since Euless and his soldiers stepped in to help. Well, we still face our fair share of distrust, of course. Some folk even think we're enslaving minds with our foreign magics. We have Anima to thank for putting that idea in their heads. But all things considered, I'd say we're doing pretty well. Establishing an open dialogue was the first step. Query. You consider this level of progress acceptable? The reality of your efforts falls far short from the ideal. If your aim is to provide an efficient succor for the local populace, then absorbing their numbers into your command structure would be the optimal path. Oh, I wouldn't go that far. We're not looking to take over their nation. We're here to do this the right way. We need to recognize and respect each other's way of life. So while it may not be the easiest solution, I agree with the continued slow and steady approach. I'm just happy we're saving lives. Just take them over. Just do what Carlians we're gonna do. Hoomst. A shadow from the past. Yes, I know you from Victor's spoils. Have you come to laugh at me, a wretch who chose to lose Licinia and her sister rather than accept your help? The fool who ended up reliant upon your charity nonetheless. Bro, we've been over this. Well, perhaps I deserve your derision. My compatriots surely scorn my failed conviction. I have shamed my people and brought dishonor upon my nation. I'm no better than a kept beast, my pride sold for a bowl of feed. But my soul, nay, that which you shall not have. I refused your honeyed offers of a new home. This land is where I belong, and where I shall remain. Blip, you demonstrate opposition to the continuance overtures. On what basis do you refuse this cooperation? The data suggests the local populace is struggling to produce the bare minimum of sustenance. Have you some secret strategy for survival, or do your orders compel you to accept the present misfortune? What? Must I be mocked by a Magitech toy now? No, I have no secret strategy, no binding orders. But I comport myself as many true Garlean patriot would, uncompromising, unbending. Blast it all. Once again, this input is unanticipated. Let us move aside the process of what we have heard. Is there no little spots to talk? We're just going over here. Assessing and analyzing recorded data. Integration complete. I have evaluated this most recent input and made comparisons to our discoveries in Razatan. Consistent only in their inconsistency, the responses from both contingent member and Imperial citizen were highly irrational. Conversely, any Omicron considering their predicaments would have echoed my assessment exactly. The divergence from self-evident logic is key. Hypothesis. The illogical relationship between would-be saviors and suffering populace is another result of unpredictable nature of mortal hearts. Yeah, that's about right. Blip. Any property or ability has inherent advantages and disadvantages. Yet I have never encountered such a unique detriment. It appears that those who share your metaphysical capabilities are prone to complicating simple cognitive processes. An undesirable quality. I will, however, persist in furthering my understanding of the subject. Query. Prior to formulating our next step, I wish to know who is this Licinia the Imperial mentioned. Dumb bitch who decided to freeze to death instead of accept our help. Because she was super untrustworthy of us. Acknowledged. To summarize, the insufficient data on foreign culture resulted in inadvisable and ultimately fatal action. I witnessed such self-destructive behavior during the course of our planetary conquests. Overwhelmed enemy forces would voluntarily withdraw into perilous regions, leading to succession of inevitable losses. Tangential data request. I wish to learn about burial customs. The practice has ever seemed nonsensical, but new data suggests it arises from the same source as your cognitive complications. Take me to this Licinia's burial site. It may aid me in bloop bloop. I think he froze. Energy delivery systems compromised. Core temperature critically low. Warning. Immediate heating required. Request. Apply friction to outer frame. Rub Omega now. Time to rub the robot.
Make him warm.
Whether it's Hildebrand or more serious content, we always have to rub somebody. Bloop, bloop. Temperature nominal. Energy levels stabilizing. The creators of this model must have experienced impaired cognitive reasoning during the design process. Upon our return, I will request additional climate shielding, as well as an accurate temperature sensor array. This will not affect my combat capabilities, but should improve my basic survival rate. Reconfirming sub-destination. In which direction would we find Victor's spoils? Acknowledged. Alpha, you are to remain in close proximity, close enough to envelop me in your feathers. You are permitted to carry me on your back, if you so choose. And here they go. And away we go. I was expecting to blast off into space a lot faster than this. But instead, we're talking to people. I mean,
Sense. Omega does need to kind of get a grasp on this.
What's up with these people?
Fuck.
And somehow that's gonna land us up in the Watcher's Palace. I guess learning about the ancient people is gonna be part of his directive. Here we are. A deceptively deep snowdrift almost defeated me, but we have successfully arrived at the location you indicated. But caution advised. It's a man! An unknown individual appears to be investigating the object of my interest. You're Eorzea's champion, aren't you? Genji Migrat. Hello, man. Oh, I never introduced myself, did I? I'm Manius, soldier of the 1st Legion and comrade of Eulus. Perhaps you remember me from Tertium. We spoke about collecting ceruleum, and again later on after Lord Quintus had passed. Manius, explanation requested. What is the reason for your presence here? That must be the tiniest Magitech weapon No, it's just an oddly shaped communicator, isn't it? In any case, I have nothing worthy to report. I heard the sisters who had used to live in my sector were buried here, so I thought I'd come to pay my respects. Alphino and Alize told me the story, complete with profuse apologies, though they were adamant that no amount of remorse could erase the tragedy of what came to pass. Not that my fellow soldiers and I were any place to judge. We were manipulated, fooled into starting the insurrection which led to countless deaths among our own countrymen. Objection. The casualties incurred through your infighting are distinct from those caused by the Ilsabard contingent. To restate, you are justified in seeking restitution from the contingent for causing the deaths of Licinia and her sister. Retaliation for damages sustained is also a logical progression. I can deduce 2 reasons why you would not initiate hostilities with Genji and his allies. 1. You judge your remaining forces too weakened to contend effectively with the contingent. 2. Your emotions are complicating the issue. Tell me, which of these is correct? Well, when you lay it out like that... I'm afraid my answer isn't like to win me any medals, so would you mind keeping this to yourselves? Go for it. There's the unspoken thought that we're outmatched in the battlefield, certainly. But the real reason is not demanding restitution, has little to do with weighing the odds. I'm not demanding restitution has little with weighing the odds. The simple truth is, I'm caught up with the simple survival that I've no strength to spare for past grievances. The same goes for avenging my comrades we've lost, any comrades we've lost. Be that my brothers in arms, or Lord Quintus himself. Although it seems everyone has an opinion about the matter of his passing. Some say he should have fought to the end, that he abandoned us to the enemy. Others praise him for taking the full burden of responsibility and freeing us to walk our own path. I don't know who's right and who's wrong, but I'm inclined to side with the latter. He gave us the choice of freedom, and that's the choice I made. I would cry and rant and rage, but what would be the point? I'll save my energy for worrying about my next meal, my next task.
I need to focus on the ones left behind, on making some kind of life for my comrades and me. And if I need to lean on the contingent to do that, then that's what I'll do. Even if their aid comes at a price, I'm willing to pay it. Even amongst your own, there are times when cooperation demands compromise. What matter if they're outsiders? Besides, I think I could grow to like Alphino and Alize. They reached out to us with the kindness and compassion from the very beginning. Summation. Your desire to survive, even it should mean allying with the contingent, was freeing. Was the feeling you already harbored. That your side had committed worse atrocities, and the logic you invented to later justify your reasoning. Blunt but accurate, I suppose. The heart is honest about what it wants, even if the mind takes a while to reconcile the decision. Well, this has been oddly cathartic, but I must return to my duties. There are wild beasts to cull, watchfires to light, and supplies to transport. Even without an emperor, there's no rest for an imperial. Be well and safe. Stay safe. What a cool man. Blip. Upon review of recent input, I have arrived at an unexpected conclusion. I've been formulating my assessments on the premise that it would be man who commanded the strength of his heart. But the data suggests the opposite is true. The surge of spirit, of feelings, of emotions can entangle your thoughts to such a degree that it can even control your own behavior is compromised. It seems the most counterproductive specification. This also explains why my interactions with mortal subjects have produced more confusion than clarification. It presents a formidable barrier to understanding. My earlier hypothesis has been borne out. The suboptimal operation being conducted here is the result of emotionally compromised reasoning. I am ready to progress with my third and final query. I would learn more about those referred to as ancients. It is clear that this group was a crucial factor of the final days, but the information contained in the report was insufficient to form an overview. The Loperites are creations of the ancients, and are said to maintain repositories of their knowledge. By my calculations, the base of these moon dwellers will provide the best source of additional data. Teleport us to their burrow, Genji, preferably before my battery freezes over. Yep, sure enough, gotta learn about them ancients.
Just in time. As I have reached my limit for the day.
Alright.
Got all my everything I needed to do before reset, at least. So I am heading out for now.
Okie dokie.
Enjoy the rest of the quests.
Yep, have a good rest.
Raid.
Yep, see ya at raid time.
Later.
Thus leaves me all alone. So let's wrap this up and then get to Hildebrand.
Your teleportation spell was successful. We appear to have arrived at the location described as Bestways Borough. An inspection of technology in here is used to give me detailed insight into the ancients and their civilization. This body, however, lacks in my previous frame's advanced observational functionality. It will require external assistance. No, it can't be. It is you! Oh, Genji, I've missed you so. I have not missed you. Oh, what's this you've brought with you? This soft, feathery vision. We've been outfluffed. Pack up the moon. It's all over. Why bother with Borough building bodies when you can just walk around with this adorable avian engineer? Just bake me into a pie and be done with it. I know Growing Way had a deeper voice, so I'm not doing like a real high-pitched one. Inspect our inventions? Wait, so you're not done with us? Ha, I wasn't truly worried, of course. And I certainly wasn't about to roll myself into a dough and dive into Cooking Way's new oven. If technical breakdown is what you need, then I am your Loperate. As the residential atmospheric regulation expert, I can field any question or query you might care to pose. Well, Omega, that's up to you. Blip. Acceptable. I will employ this being to guide me around the facilities. Your presence is not mandatory. Even locked within my current chassis, I am still an autonomous construct that has endured hundreds of your life cycles. I am capable of completing this simple objective alone. Alright, have fun, Omega. Guess I'll hang out with Alpha. Never mind, I guess I'm all alone. I guess I just stood here the whole time. Objective complete. Was the tour helpful? Affirmative. I observed the representative cross-section of the Loperate's engineering capabilities. My guide required more time to confirm the answer to certain questions, but overall, we made efficient progress. Conclusion. Extrapolating from the fraction of technology on display, the full spectrum of the Ancients' advancements was, at minimum, equivalent to a level 4 civilization. The fact which demands further investigation. Despite establishing a near-ideal society, these beings nevertheless harbored a weakness which invited self-destruction. In studying them, I stand to gain a greater understanding of Sir's anomalous decision. Growing Way informed me that another type of ancient-made entity exists upon this satellite, the one they call the Watcher. I would speak to him. Alright. Blip. Then conserve your ether. We will ride this Argos to our destination, as you have suggested. Do we have to? I'd rather just teleport over. But okay. Oh, I can feel my voice starting to fade a little. I hope this is over soon. So I'll need the last of my strength for Hildebrand. Bloop. Impedance detected. The creature identified as Argos refuses to acknowledge our presence. Hypothesis: upon our arrival, Growing Way expressed concern that he had been out-fluffed. This suggests existence of a fluff-based hierarchy. My station in such a system would be predictably low, but Argos is adamant in ignoring even Alpha. Its fluffiness level is impossible to gauge.
Argos turns to you with an impassive gaze. It seems we will need to intervene. You're the fluffiest of them all, dear Argos. That's right, Doggo is happy. Gives an exasperated snort before motioning to its back. Seems you have permission to climb aboard. You have secured the creature's permission? Curious. You must have special standing in the fluffiness hierarchy. Blip. I have allowed myself to become distracted. Let us continue on to the Watcher at once. Get on. We're going. I dropped us off right here. Alright, let's go. Oh boy, how to voice the Watcher. I was bemused by the arrival of these small visitors, but I see they are companions of yours. What a rare thing for my abode to be thus crowded. How may I be of service to you? Hello, Watcher. My purpose here is to learn more about the ancients. I would know of their deeds, their philosophies, the very nature of their arts. I would understand why the final days was visited upon my home star. A worthy endeavor, but there is one better suited to assisting you with that task. Perhaps you might favor us with a tale or two of the ancients you met during your travels, Genji. My fragmented memories would be a pale substitute to the clarity of your more recent experiences. Sure, And then I told them all about my grand adventure with Emmett, Hythlodaeus, and our good old mother. Yes, I can envision every detail. Your meeting with Vana and Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus. The sorrow and determination of Hermes. I am a creation of Hydaelyn, and as such, I believe the age of the ancients would fade and be forgotten. Yet knowing that their memory lives so vividly within you, it brings me great joy. I pray that you keep them close to your heart. At the time of your journey to the past, the one whose essence I embody would have met a scholar at Enider. A shame. Had you reason to go there, perhaps you might have met. Oh, so you were a real person. Or you were based on a real person. As a man of learning, he was firm friends with Vana. They spent long hours trading theories and debating the laws of the universe. I remember joining her faction in the final days. Bore down upon us, yet of the events surrounding that tragedy, I recall precious little. Hydaelyn wishes for the people of your age to decide their own path. Thus, I suspect my recollection was limited by design. Yet even she could not cut away one persistent memory. I feel most distinctly his sadness of what was come to pass, and becoming Heidelin's heart, Vana would forever stand apart from the people she so loved. If she was so resolved in her convictions, then he too would share in her sleepless vigil over the future yet to unfold. Thus was this vow he made to Vana as her transformation took hold. His fervent wish that must have reached her in some fashion. For though his life was drained away by the summoning, he was reborn with a new form and a new purpose when I awoke as the Watcher of the Moon. And you heard, Genji, you felt, you thought. And in seizing the future for yourselves, you have brought full circle the saga which Vana began. What you accomplished was no divine miracle, but the beacon of hope passed down from one generation to the next, a succession of wishes and prayers, reshaping the star into a world we knew you deserved. You have our deepest gratitude. I thank you not only as myself, but as the man I was, on behalf of those who devoted themselves to Vana's vision. Bloop, bloop. I understand the facts of your story, Genji, but not how you have chosen to process them. On what grounds do you speak of Vana with such fondness? By sundering the world, she ultimately guided your kind to victory, yet in doing so caused irreparable damage to its individual members. The full scale of the act is beyond calculation. It is evident, however, that it resulted in a protracted period of suboptimal existence for Emet-Selch and his brethren. Query: if the survival of your kind is the deciding factor in your evaluation, then should it not admire Hermes and his decision to subject man to a trial, forcing you to change or perish, as was the fate of countless civilizations before you? From my perspective, his determination was similar to that of the Omicron's ancestors, who first began trading flesh for machine, so that our people might stand against the onslaught of aggression from other races. It was an unprecedented attempt accompanied by much failure and sacrifice. Their early experiments were crude, primitive. Had they not made those first advances, however, we would have remained vulnerable to our environment, to the violence that would have been utterly consumed us. Well, that's the thing, you guys don't know that. Like, that's the main thing as to why Sir eventually fell to his despair. Because he couldn't know if that was the right choice, if that would have happened. That's precisely why. And what of Emet-Selch himself? Judging by your retelling, he was benevolent. He was a benevolent ally, saddled with a tragic fate. Yet I remember the years when my instruments fed me data from the events across the entire star. During that time, I witnessed his Asians engineer multiple instances of cataclysmic strife. These calamities, as you know them, were responsible for planet-wide destruction. A man whose endgame relied upon the extinction of all modern mortals must, by definition, be your worst enemy. And that is true. But it is the understanding is what makes the difference. I require an answer. As a being of heart and soul, how do you classify each of these pivotal figures? From your perspective, which was most justified in their actions. And they both were. All and none, really. They were all justified, because it's all point of view. They are all driven to their own decisions. I think I understand. You seek a definitive answer, yet based on our experiences, Genji and I might develop very different opinions. In the same fashion, you are free to form your own thoughts on the matter. Do not be so swift to consider them without merit. I do not have my own thoughts on the matter. I assess each situation with the same logic pathways available to every Omicron. Even 1,000 Omicrons were asked to analyze the same event, they would all return with the same result, regardless of individual experience. There is no strength to be found in fractured reasoning. Nonetheless, I find your input valuable, recording data alongside interview results. This concludes my investigation to the incomplete elements to the final day's report. I will reanalyze the accumulated information and examine the factors which led to Sir's incomprehensible decision. Let us return to Thomazane. It was pleasant to hear your tales of Elpis. Should you ever need an audience familiar with the subject, I would be glad to listen to more of your recollections. Even with one's gaze fixed upon the future, we oftentimes find ourselves drifting to the past. It is a shame Heidelin never chose to speak of it. Interesting. I was hoping for a second we would learn who the Watcher was based off of, but I guess not. Not yet. Man, it's the one bit that Omega doesn't get. It's that this whole deal, this perceived choice they made was their very problem. Ah, there you are. Right at the last moment. Your journey with Omega has been properly educational, I hope. We'd planned to ask all about it in the mystery transmission besides, but I'm afraid something urgent has come up. Seems one of our Ironworks associates has fouled up a job somewhere, and Jesse needs a wedge of me to rush in and lend a hand. There's an airship already waiting for us in the harbor, in fact. Do you think you could escort us there? Talk as we walk? Acceptable. I am fully capable of speech during ambulation. I figured you might be. Right. Let's get a move on then. So, you've cleared up all those points of confusion then. I had mistakenly classified your intangible heart as an ability of some kind. an uncanny power that Omicrons could neither learn nor even measure. Even now, it is a nature yet eludes my comprehension, its full nature. Based upon our investigations, however, I've decided to alter my definition. A phenomenon which influences one's interpretation of reality. That is as close to an answer as I have found. Accordingly, Sir's actions upon meeting Meteon strongly indicate the presence of a heart. Sir did not follow routine logic, but formulated an independent assessment based upon the reality it perceived. It felt that the best recourse for the Omicrons was to cease their expansion and terminate all functions. Well, here's our ship. Aye, we'll be needing to go, but first, I'll hold you to your bargain, Omega. It's time you told us what was that transmission from the flight logs. Blip acknowledged. I will uphold the terms of our agreement. The recording salvaged from the Ragnarok was a simple one. The message is so basic, in fact, that time spent listening to it may result in a net loss of value. Shall I continue? Nah, you're just teasing. Tell us the message already. Acknowledged. Converting dialect coding to local language. To whomever receives this message out there in the vast reaches of the cosmos. To someone, I hope, who looks up at the stars with the same wistful gaze as mine. To you I say, forge ahead. May all our tomorrows be blessed with joy. This message had no designated recipient. It lacks purpose. The concept of joy is overly abstract. The vocal supplication to manifest said joy is unrealistic in its optimism. Yet based upon their expressions, my assessment of the transmission's value conflicts with its apparent impact. And still, I fail to understand you, sir. Your heart still confuses me. Was termination of everything the correct course? How did you arrive at this conclusion? It defies all my attempts at reasoning. But I was designed to evolve. If I continue to learn, the probability that I will eventually comprehend this phenomenon is greater than 0. So I will put the dilemma of your decision aside for now. And continue my existence upon this distant star. As I dwell among these many life forms, so I will continue to piece together the complete shape of their mortal hearts. I must document their progress. Your contribution to my education is appreciated, Genji. Indeed, I have amassed a satisfying quantity of valuable data. Now that our negotiated business is complete, however, Alpha and I will return to traveling the world. Drawing on recent experience, I am confident that we can expand the radiance of our ventures by a significant margin. We need not limit ourselves to Eorzea. I am now familiar with Charlian and Razat-Han, and I would also like to revisit the freezing climes of Garlem. I neglected to instruct Biggs and Wedge to upgrade my climate shielding. I will reroute my request to Deputy President Jesse. Engaging ambulation for parting salutations. Farewell, Genji. Bye, Omega. Alpha gives a vigorous shake and draws forth a scrap of paper from under his wing. Seems to want you to have it. Perhaps it's a way of thanking you. Flow together. Blip. Swiftly, Alpha. The road is long and we have barely begun our journey. Bye, Alpha. That was a nice side story. Just like that, Omega has become a far more interesting character. So I wonder who sent that out. Was that Sir? Did he send out that message hoping that others could succeed, figure out an answer that he could not? Guess we'll never really know. Anyway, all that serious shit aside, it's time for some stupid shit. It's time for Hildebrand. Wait, I know you. We met in Kugane. You're that stone-cold killer I asked to look after the love of my life. What's that look for? Surely you haven't forgotten me. You and me, we had a moment, a connection. Not like one I've got with her, of course, but I know I left an impression. Creepy little bastard, just like cheese followed Nashu Kugane after 5 years. Considering now he blows up 10 I've taken, luckily I haven't forgotten my own name. Both of these answers are great, and I love how giant this text box is. The creepy little bastard who smells like cheese and followed Nashu and to Kagane after stalking her for over 5 years.
Hey, there's nothing creepy about my love. It's as pure as the pristine waters of a forest stream. Fair point about the cheese stink, though. But enough about me. This is about Miss Nashu. Since she got sucked into that weird portal back east, I've been scouring the world for any sign of her. I was this close to giving up, but then, huzzah! I found her here in Razatan. Normally, I'd be happy to get back to playing my silent invisible guardian, but she seems pretty distressed by the plight of her inspector friend. He's here too, but laid up and showing no signs of waking anytime soon. My Nashu has been fashioning all sorts of medicines in hopes of rousing him, but to no avail. I mean, I couldn't care less if he kicked the bucket, but I hate seeing her like this. She's liable to work herself to death. So what say you? Will you deliver my dearest Nashu from her plight? You'll find her over at the High Crucible, no doubt slaving over an alembic. And with that, I'll get back to cheering her on from the shadows. You too, I guess, but go quickly, save my beloved. Alright. And there's Nashu. Just kind of chilling here. And that should do it. Now just take this little medicine and... Genji! It feels like it's been forever! Though definitely less than a year, I'm sure. What brings you to Razatan? Enjoying a spot of adventuring, or perhaps... Oh, then you've heard. It's true. Inspector Hildebrand's gone into hibernation again and... Oh, wait. You're giving me that look. The one that screams. What about the whole weird portal business? Alright, since you silently asked. So, back to the Ruby Sea. Remember how Greg got doused with dew prism and was forced to whisk us all far away? How that strange rift then opened up, to which the infector got all sucked up into, and how I followed him after that? Well, after that, we all ended up in a bizarre place. Couldn't tell from up and down, left from right, and how we wandered, lost and confused. Fortunately, Greg came to his senses and explained that we were in the introspectorial rift, and then used the same trick to bring us back home. Greg himself stayed behind, though, something about a score he had to settle. Not sure what that was about, but hey, you know Greg. Anyway, we're back now. But the rub is that Inspector Hildebrand hasn't opened his eyes once. I know he needs his beauty sleep, but he's been an awfully long time, and we've got cases to solve. I've been trying my hand at apothecary stuff, seeing if I can't make something that'll get him up and moving, but nothing seems to work. But I think we're making progress. Me and Mr. Chupacabra from Shakshoka Concern. That is, you remember Mr. Chupacabra, right? He got sucked in the roof with us, former evil mastermind. Not bad once you get to know him. Pleased I am to meet you once more, and under less compromising circumstances. If I may correct our mutual friend, I am Jabraka, chairman of the Sadratan Concern. Your distrustful and somewhat bloodthirsty glare is not unwarranted. But in my defense, who among us is not contemplating enslaving the rich and powerful to bend the world to their whim? I pray you forgive my poor joke, and allow me to assure you that after a long wandering in the interdimensional rift, the sisters only know how long, I am a changed man. Naturally, I understand the words alone will not suffice to absolve me of my sins. Thus, since my return, I have operated a humble apothecary that caters to the needs of one and all. Furthermore, I have made arrangements for Miss Nashu's workshop. Rest assured that I will spare no effort in helping to see Inspector Hildebrand awakened and return to full health. And with that, if you'll excuse me, I must see to other business. Yeah? Changed man, huh? Isn't he the nicest ex-villain you've ever met? Ah, but that's right. I had but finished my latest medicine, and I've got high hopes for this new recipe. I suppose I ought to get a look at the Mandible Man himself. By all means, the inspector is resting in a room up in Kama. Awake or asleep, I'm sure he'd enjoy your company. Let's go! Wow, what a surprise. The big evil man is still evil. Let's see, 9 o'clock. Should be able to get this done within the next hour. Hop on the old alt, get their Beast Tribe dailies done, and we should be good for the day. Motherfucker. He do be there. He's alive. Isn't this room nice? Master Chupacabra's taking care of everything, and you even paid the rent in full. Ah, but I'm distracting you, aren't I? You need to concentrate while you examine the inspector, yes? Study the sleeping Inspector Hildebrand. Yeah? Time to stare at him. See if we might determine the cause of his coma. The exquisite buckles of a stylish footwear and a design most unique to House Manderville. These shoes would almost certainly fetch a small fortune in the markets. Rippling muscles bespeak impressive strength, while smooth skin suggests that only a man of the rarest occasions does the man resort to violence. Troublingly, his limbs are stiff and cool to the touch, as if his blood runs cold in his veins. Rugged features belie what is, at a closer glance, the sensitive mane of a cultured gentleman. While he still breathes, he appears to be locked in a deep slumber. The inspector's condition is disturbingly reminiscent of the scions who were summoned to the First for a time. Oh god. Is he still over there? Huh? Oh, finished already? Any theories of what's wrong with the inspector? Well, he's a soulless husk, which is less than ideal. I see. I mean, I don't. But that's what you're supposed to say at times like this. I know that much. How do we wake him up? Return his soul to his body, but where did it go? And what's it doing there?
Probably went to the first to become the Gentleman of Darkness, as you do.
I see. Right, so can you go there?
Mm-hmm.
Great, in that case I'll leave the soul searching to you. I'm sure it goes without saying, but once you've arrived on this otherworldly world, look for a place that smells of mystery and intrigue, and chat with the people there. That's standard Agent of Inquiry protocol. Oh, and since this is Inspector Hildebrand we're talking about, don't be too surprised if you find him asleep, or having forgotten a thing or two. But not to worry, I prepared my traditional medicine just in case. Don't hesitate to use it, and with that, do take care out there.
And give me the bombs.
Ten to the first, and away we go.
Back to Shadowbringer. Back to Shadebring.
Hey, Glynard, you seen any silly men around?
Welcome back, friend. I'd offer you a pint, but my barman sense tell me that's not why you're here. So this friend of yours is going missing. Sorry to hear that, but plenty of travelers pass through these parts. Could you describe the fellow for me? Hume, burly, wears a monocle, well-meaning idiot. Yes, that sounds familiar. Mind you, I didn't see the man himself, but I do believe one of our bounty hunters spied such a man. We were all battling that horde of spectral warriors. Giot, come here a moment. There's someone who wants to speak with you.
Yeah, that's so. Make it quick. His ale isn't a drink itself. Oh, if it ain't Genji. What brings you back to our neck of the woods? Now that you mention it, I did see someone like that. Back there on the battlefield after you ran off to do more hero work. At first, I thought he was gonna attack me like the rest of the spirit whatsits. But no, he just stood there, striking a pose, trying to scare or seduce me. Damned if I could tell. Still, he was glowing, and wasn't about to take any chances, so I said, "Hey, piss off, ghost," and sent him packing. Did he die, you asked, to which I said, "What am I, a Kairuja?" Also, I've kept my mug waiting long enough. Get talk. Could it be the Warrior of Darkness? Oh, it's you two. I thought that was your voice, but I was convinced my ears were playing tricks on me. It's good to see you again. Didn't mean to eavesdrop, but we overheard you were discussing a renegade poser. We've been searching for him for some time now. There have been sightings in Lakeland, you see. Vonard and I have been tasked with getting to the bottom of it. We've little in the way of useful information, though. All we know is that he appears without warning and strikes a disturbing pose. He's not caused any harm, but if you discount the shock of a strange man gesticulating in your general direction, that is. Nevertheless, we're worried his behavior might escalate. Have you been tasked with apprehending the miscreant as well? Not quite, Vonard. Genji's come back tracking down a missing friend. Your miscreant, I regret to say, might be my friend. If the man you're looking for might be the one and the same, then why not work together? Between the three of you, you're bound to have better luck. It would be an honor. A great help. We were just about to leave gather testimony, as it happens. Come and join us in Sullen once you've finished here. We'll solve this mystery in no time. Hey, you got the same shoes as me. Alright. Out to Lakeland. I remember Thaler and what's his name a little bit for their voice. I know the row had a higher pitched voice, so that's why I did that instead of your traditional haha I'm a low big man voice. Clearly, because I am large, my vocal cords must be very long. A general misconception. After all, I myself have quite the deep voice, while I am definitely not tall by any means. Solid brick weed. You know, we're the men's we talk to, not. Oh, that fellow. I saw him the other day on the way home from Clearmelt. I'd enjoy one too many libations after my bath, and I ended up wandering off into the forest. Before I knew it, the sun was dipping low, the sky was turning dark, and I'm beginning to wonder if I'd ever make it home. Then I felt a gentle tug at my arm. Would you believe it? This odd-looking man led me out of the forest and sent me back on the road. I thanked him profusely, and he said nothing in reply. He just struck a pose and walked off. Did I see him? You bet I did. I was crossing through the forest of the Lost Shepherd, on my way to deliver fish to the Ulster Imperative. Out of nowhere, this odd man leapt in front of me. I thought he was a bandit at first, but then he abruptly turned to the side, curled his neck, and put on his fist to his head as to say, oh, I don't know, it was baffling. I ran when I realized he wasn't going to do anything else. I don't know why I thought it said cheek instead of neck. Lap. Why, yes, I saw someone like that when I was picking out mushrooms in the forest. He even spoke to me. I was repulsed at first by his form, but he only wanted to warn me that fell beasts lurk in the forest, and that I should be wary. Contrary to appearances, I'd say he was actually quite gentlemanly. Well, I guess we're going to the forest, 'cause that seems where he's hanging out. Finished questioning the locals, have you? Were you able to learn anything? Not only has the poser caused no harm, he's even helped people. So he's a gentleman, albeit a suspicious one. Something to a contradiction, you might say, but there's no reason to doubt what we've heard. Everyone seemed to encounter him in the Forest of the Lost Shepherd, right? That's where we'll look next, shall we? Nothing too dumb has happened just yet, but I imagine we're getting there. Hey there, B-Rank. You might be my B-Rank for the week. Guess I'll find out eventually. Where is he? Well, here we are. Not exactly how exactly we're supposed to begin our search. These woods are, well, woods. Got a plan, do you? Far be for me to doubt the warrior darkness. Show us what you got in mind. We'll be back on our way to the best of our ability. It's time to dance only like a Manderville man can. Perform the Manderville Mambo. We've been doing it all night. Hark! What familiar gentlemanly gyrations are these? Oh, hey there, Foxclaw. Forgiven gentleman. And then he falls to the ground because he can't actually fly. On your guard! It's a Sin Eater! No, wait. That's no Sin Eater. It's the Gentleman of Light. Gentleman of Light? Who is the Gentleman of Light of whom you speak? I am Forgiven Gentleman, Devourer of Sins, Light Warden Extraordinaire. You might occasionally moonlight as a zombie overlord, but trust me, you're a gentleman, Inspector. Inspector, Sin Eater, Inspector, Sin Eater. You're acquainted with this, gentleman? Fortunately or unfortunately. Right then, clearly your friend has been through a lot. But still, how did he get in his head he's a Sin Eater? Is there no way to bring back his memories? Oh, there's a way. I got him in my inventory right now. Explosives? We're still trying to save him, right? Oh no. I didn't know we knew how to play volleyball. Yeah, spike it! Right into his face. He loves it. Mission accomplished. Wicked White, we've killed him. It's alright. He's fine. I say, Genji, I'd resign myself to Nashu's ungentle methodology. But you too, my brutish friend? But never mind that. I do not recall the world being quite so purple. Previously, I was with Nashu and Greg, wandering the bizarre, shadowy realm known as the Interspectorial Rift. Oh god, I'm getting a fucking echo. Oh, that's right, they get it too now, because they got hit with it. They get to experience this bullshit with us too. Where am I? Who am I? There's Giat. That sickening light, aggressive posturing. I know what you are. You're one of them, aren't you? What you need is a good old-fashioned dwarven decking. Piss off, ghost! And then she moved on. And then he just stopped becoming a Spectre of Light? What? Why is Hildebrand twerking to get out? Even Sin Eaters were afraid. Run for your lives! It's a Sin Eater! A Sin Eater. That's it? That's all it took? And now it's raining. I'll be damned. I saw a vision of the man's past. No wonder he became convinced he was a Sin Eater. That's not a good explanation. I saw it too. It was quite possibly the most ridiculous memory I've ever glimpsed. Answer me, my faithful assistant. Where are we and why is it so purple? The first what? Are you telling me you've somehow traveled to an entirely different world? Good gods, to think I have transcended the very boundaries of time and space. But worry not, my adoring fans. Hildebrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, will return to you forthwith. Welcome to the nonsense. Welcome back, Inspector. And now we just have this one-ass quest just right here. A soulful reunion. Well, I've enjoyed what time I've spent in this far-flung first, what that I can remember. We should be getting back to our own world soon. Would you happen to know how we might go about doing that? Well, we know of a way. Restore my soul with a spirit vessel. Say no more. Your cursory description was more than enough for me to grasp the concept entirely. It was not like brewing the perfect cup of coffee. Which means our task is clear. We require the services of a skilled soul sommelier. We require the services of Becklook. Splendid! I have seen even in this world you rub shoulders with cream. Even in this world you rub shoulders with the cream. Let us pay this Becklug a visit. I'm not sure what you're plotting to do with souls, but if you require Becklug's assistance, we can help. Aye, evaded us time again. I reckon we can do the same for your friend here. Come, let us to the Cabinet of Curiosity. Crystarium. Take me to the cabinet. If you're ready, I'll call for Becklug. Oh boy, to do Becklug's voice. Ah, the genius soul sommelier. You've come highly recommended by Genji, and what an adorable little puppy you have. Soul what? Puppy? I beg your pardon, but there seems to be some confusion. Puppy? Who is this imbecile, Genji? I've half a mind to take him dig a hole so he can throw himself in it. But I presume he is a friend of yours. And one in need, no less. That's right. What? Another of your friends needs to be sent back to the source? Have you forgotten how complex and difficult it was to do it last time? Yet you waltz in here and say you ask me to do this favor with an air of one shopping for a new hat? His case is no different from the others, at least. He is present only in soul, as they were. We'll need another spirit vessel, of course. You don't happen to have one on you already, do you? Entrusted to you by the Crystal Exarch, you say? If only he knew how you were using it. Fortunately, I have a proxy on hand. I've been using it to treat the patients at risk of transforming into eaters, but I suppose it is due for a change of pace. Yeah, I guess we still do have Graha's spirit vessel on us, after we used it on his source body. There is, however, one concern. In case I didn't make it clear before, the process can place a great deal of strain upon one's soul. If he is lacking in resilience, there is a chance he will not survive. That his very essence will be rent asunder. After what he's lived through, it would be implausibly anticlimactic for him to die like that. Haha! Genji knows me all too well, I assure you, my good sommelier, who is most certainly not a dog. You needn't worry about Hildebrand Heliodor Maximilian Mandeville. Yes, I get the distinct impression the gods themselves could not kill him if they tried. And they have. Come along then, Hildy. I can't be bothered to remember that name. 1,000 thanks. Simply point me to the soul siphon and I shall hop right in. The rest of you can wait here. I promise I won't hurt him, no matter how much I might be tempted. I'm just gonna... Man, if we're just gonna send him back just like this, it will be both some blue balls and funny at the same time. You will be pleased to know the process was smooth and uneventful. Honestly, I was hoping for more of a challenge. All you need to do is take his spirit vessel back to the source and bring it in contact with his corporeal body. He should awaken immediately with his soul and memories intact. If there's nothing else, Vonard and I should be getting back to our duties. It was a pleasure, Genji. If all too brief, I won't pretend I understood a fraction of what happened, but I'm glad I was here for it. Till we meet again. Rest assured that Thaler and I will be doing our damnedest to look after the people here in your absence. Thanks for joining the adventure, guys. Now go back into obscurity. Back look. Morin. Until next, we need your expertise. But, back to Rads. Yep, just like that. Had him there on the first for a total of like 15 minutes. You still out there, motherfucker? No? What's his name finally left? Or is he in this room somewhere? No, looks like he had other things to do. You know, I don't see the inspector's body anywhere. You're back, and not a moment too soon. We have an emergency on our hands. Gentlemanly spirit vessel. Relic spirit vessel currently houses the resolute spirit of Inspector Hildebrand. The inspector's soul is in this, you say? That's great, but we have another problem now. The inspector's body has gone missing. We went to the markets to do some shopping, and when we came back, he was nowhere to be seen. I double-checked, but every door was locked before we left. But there is nothing to suggest someone forced their way in. We've got a case in our hands, the case of the evaporating inspector. We must begin our investigation at once. Come on, let's start looking for witnesses. Did I see anyone get carried out of that house, you ask? I was too distracted with stock taking to make note of any comings and goings. Sorry I couldn't be more help. I didn't see anyone carry a person out of that house, no. But I did see a man carrying a particularly large sack, so heavy he strained to lift it. I didn't think much of it at the time, but now to mention it, it was a bit suspicious. Could it be our alchemist friend? Dubious individual. Don't I know you from somewhere? It's the most distressing situation indeed. I don't know what voice to give this man. Ah, there you are. This man says he has vital information that will help us in our investigation. A pleasure to meet your acquaintance. I am Delian, editor-in-chief of the Thavnarian Truth, a monthly publication devoted to exploring the unexplained and otherworldly phenomena of our isle. Your companion shared with me the news of your friend's disappearance, and I happen to know precisely who is behind the incident, but I fear you may not like the answer, for the kidnapper is not of this star. They come from the heavens, from beyond the great expanse. They descended in curious saucer-shaped airships to study our world, our society, our buildings, our very bodies. You shudder! No doubt in realization of whom I speak. It couldn't be, you protest. But oh, it could be, and it is! Your dear friend the inspector has been abducted by aliens! Oh, but he'll be fine, you assure yourself. After all, they just want to understand us better. You poor deluded child. That they do, but to what end? Why else? They might make one day take over our world. Oh, I see you over there, motherfucker. What is worse, they plot to do with the aid of collaborators, for the Sharlians are in league with our would-be overlords, providing the aliens with vital information of our vulnerabilities in exchange for the position of power within their regime. The final days was also the work of these alien invaders, an attempt to sow chaos that our world would be easier to conquer. Blessedly, it was thwarted, if only by dumb luck, or as those who did the thwarting were blissfully unaware of the true nature of the threat. Bruh. I had hoped the setback would discourage the aliens of coming back, but if not move them to abandon their ambitions. But it would seem the events have only emboldened them, and they were indeed carrying out abductions here in Razatan. Even as we speak, your friend lays prone on a sterile bed in their base in the surface of the moon, where they poke and probe him with inscrutable instruments, and their floppy ears wiggle with fiendish delight. But I have said too much. I must continue my investigation in secret. The fate of our world is at stake. Oh no, that sounded awful. We have to go to the moon and save the inspector at once. I think he was a full materia short of a full meld. We were literally going to fucking ancient aliens territory. Huh, so you don't think the inspector is somewhere getting probed by aliens? But if not them, then who's probing him? A man carrying a suspiciously large sack? That sounds promising. Maybe someone else can tell us more. Someone up ahead may have seen something. Let's ask around. Here I thought we were gonna get the poo-poo for a second, since they specifically mentioned saucers. Discuss the Arcasadara. Pariga and his family are the nicest people. They've got such gentle eyes and long snouts, longer than anyone I've ever met in Eorzea. That's a random note. The man with the sack? Indeed. I couldn't help but take note of him as he passed, trying so very hard to be inconspicuous as he was. He descended to Azadal's path, then went over to the fountain where he met with a merchant, I believe. That's a hefty sack it was. My mind was racing with the possibilities of what it might contain. That might be our man, right? We need to hunt down that merchant. Woohoo! Good job you made that jump, Nashu. It's incredible, isn't it? It reminds me of the giant statue of Lord Godbert at the Gold Saucer. Once the inspector's back on his feet, we'll have to show him. Where's the sack? A man with a large sack? Ha! You bet I saw him. In fact, I sold him my chocobo. At first, I told him to get lost. That bird and I would go way back and so forth. But he was in a hurry, and his offer was very generous. When you're in my line of work, you can't afford to get too sentimental. And now I can buy a whole stable's worth of chocobos. Did he say where he was planning to go next?
He was muttering something about having to go to Saltwind's welcome in a hurry. Probably why he was so desperate for a chocobo. It's a long way to go on foot, never mind the sack. Did you hear that, Genji? We need to get to Saltwind's welcome right away. Where is this place? Damn, that's all the way over there. We're teleporting this shit. You know, there's a significantly more mystery here than there usually is. I guess there's a decent amount in most Hildebrands, but they're bringing this one up right away. And the actual mystery is more about Hildebrand himself. Where's the sack? Here we are, which means the mysterious man with the mysterious sack must be near. Keep your eyes peeled. Over there! That man is definitely up to no good. Maybe he's waiting for a co-conspirator. We should stay out of sight and watch what happens. I will remain ultra inconspicuous. Don't you worry. Well, well, it isn't you-know-who. Now she wake up. Ah, Master Chupacabra. But he expressly told us that he had put evil schemes behind him. He wouldn't lie, would he? The goods appear to be no worse for wear. Very well, your payment as promised. My client will be most pleased. Nutty. Wait. Dr. Lugay? He's still alive? Oh no! He's gonna feed the inspector to that giant sea monster. That's a robot. It's an honor and pleasure as always, Dr. Lugay. I have faith this specimen will meet with your satisfaction. So this is the one said to be the strongest, most resilient in all the world. The Manderville Man. None other. He has weathered countless explosions and a magnitude of martial abuses, including a devastating suplex that I myself did witness. It's even said that he survived a journey to Dalamud itself, and survived the Lesser Moon's fall with nary a scratch. Most fortunately for us, he has fallen into a coma of which I am assured he will never wake. You are free to do with his body as you please. Even the mightiest of warriors can't fight while asleep. Those meddlers may have gotten the better of me and my beautiful boy in the Tower of Babel, but my next child will be all but invincible. With this body mine to command, I will extract a bloody, glorious revenge. Forgive my boldness, Dr. Lugay, but when might I expect the rest of my payment?
I have debts that must be repaid. Worry not, with the Telophoroi gone for good, the vast fortune of House Brutus is entirely at my disposal. I shall shower you with wealth, my loyal minion. And gladly shall I accept the spoils, Doctor, and resolve never to renounce my wicked ways, for surely this time I will suffer no comeuppance. Bruh. We're just disappointed. No! Not you! Not now! Bah! I must away! Wait, Dr. Legay, my payment! Wake up, Inspector! You gotta touch him with it. Oh god, he's right. I see him. He was there. Oh no. Oh, it actually is gonna hit him. Thought it was gonna hit Legay instead. Bonk. And now he's just unconscious. Could it be? The world's no longer purple? Stop moving, damn you! You're supposed to be comatose! The most comatose centerpiece of my glorious revenge! Uh-oh. Mommy! And there he goes. The real hero of our story. Oh, he's up there. He's still going. Not again. What's the plan, Hildy? And they're just getting out of here. They know what's coming. No! What is this? Kiss. Is that just the Ultimate Weapon death explosion, but a normal colored explosion? No, he's still alive. That's like the biggest explosion he's had to endure yet. I say, that was a rather dramatic series of events to awaken to, but More importantly, after a brief detour, I find myself in my own world once more. My most sincere apologies for causing you such trouble, my loyal assistants. But rejoice, for Hildebrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, has made his triumphant return. Yeah, it is the poo-poo. I was right. Ancient Aliens Man was correct. That's Hams. Ah, there he goes. Yeah, let's swim a little bit more. Well, he's just gone now. Wait, Inspector! I knew it! An alien abduction! And to think I would have a chance to witness one with my own eyes. This month's issue of the Thavnarian Truth shall be the best one yet! He just showed up to yell that line. And just when I thought we finally had the inspector back, off he went and then came back and then floated off again. So, now what? I know it's not the first time he's taken to the skies without warning, but still, it's always a little disappointing. Still, there's no use crying over flying inspectors. Let's return to Razatan. Do we just, like, are we just gonna have to go and find him out in space? I mean, we have a spaceship we can give chase. But, I mean, he's kind of gone. We're really wasting time. Just kind of going our own way instead of immediately going after him. But whatever. Oh, Inspector, why have you left me again? And where have you gone? No, this won't do. Get it together, Nashu. There's a case to be solved. Just you wait, Inspector. Your loyal assistant, Nashu, will solve the mystery of your disappearance. Again! And don't you worry, Genji. As soon as I have a new lead, you'll be the first to know. Till next time! Next time on Hildebrand. Meanwhile, in Mare Lamentorum, thousands of miles away. And here they are, in glorious Final Fantasy XIV, the rendition. Behold, the poo-poo.
No. No way. I'm not singing this. They literally did a fucking anime ending. Oh man, they've been... Yeah, they needed a break to do this. Dev team needed a break to come up with this. Okay. And that's it. That's the whole patch. That's a good way to end things. That was a good ending. And shit, I gotta wait like 3 months. Actually, no, it's more like 2.5. Gotta wait like 2.5 months for the next part of that. Damn. Well, okay. That's all the side stories done. We got the Arxidara, so we're gonna be doing package delivery. Gonna be doing that every day. That's cool. We got Ameliance, gotta do that. Worrying about children and stuff, and the eventual cucking of Fortuno. Eventually. We got Tataru's Grand Endeavor, which we'll be working on over time with the patches. Actually gonna explore a little bit of Tataru's past that we know very little of. We had Omega. Omega was really good. Supposedly that's the end of that. It was just a single quest. So I hope there was more with Omega, because there's still some ties we can go to. We can literally bring him back to the Omicron so we can talk to him. Yeah. And then there's Hildebrand, which, oh boy, has good shit. But anyway, that was a good stream. Good ending, and right at 10 o'clock. So yeah, I'll be back tonight for some Ultimate. Till then.